Mr. Ferry's client, Daniel Shoemate, but he is going to waive his appearance. I guess he was not put on the docket, but he was in the hospital. And is he now out of the hospital and at the jail?
Hospital. They brought him over here yesterday. He's in the jail now.
Okay. All right. And do you have any, we don't have any witnesses today?
No.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I think there's an agreement on bond and conditions with the state.
Okay, so this is Judge Witch. It is August 12, 2020. We are in BRC Courtroom 1, videoing to BRC Courtroom 2. Can I have the parties announce themselves for the record, please?
Good morning, Edith Bush for the Office of the State Attorney.
Good morning, Pedro Matos of the Public Defender.
Mr. Ferry, you're hiding.
Yes, Matt
I think
Ferry.
you can come over to this podium. It will work.
Matt Ferry on behalf of Daniel Shoemate.
All right, and I just was handed this, Mr. Ferry, so let me just take a gander at the affidavit. And
Judge, he's being held in this particular case on a violation of an injunction. It's a misdemeanor charge. The violation is that he was not to possess any electronic devices, including a phone. He did have that device on him. According to the charging affidavit, I talked to Ms. Bush about his background. He's 21 years old. He's a college student at FSU. He does have very significant mental health issues, bipolar and schizophrenia he's been diagnosed with. He's under the care of a psychiatrist. He's got a lot of both his parents own houses here in Central Florida. His mom and dad both have assured me that they have taken all electronic devices from him, including the phone. I think the state would agree to a $500 bond with the condition of no contact with the alleged victim, and that the court also ordered that he's not to possess any electronic devices.
And abide by the injunction.
And abide by the
terms
injunction.
and conditions of the injunction.
That's correct.
And he has a hold too, because he's out on release for violation of an injunction.
I
So
think
that's
you-
the hold.
Yes, I think that
And
was.
he'd have to be seen by me anyway as a DV.
Yes.
Ms. Bush, do you have any position on the out on release case? I haven't read it, so I don't know. Normally, I would have had the benefit of, and I can take a look at it, but.
And Your Honor, I have not had an opportunity to read that myself, but if the court could give the state.
Are you representing him?
Yes.
Mr. Lindsay
Yes.
is on it, but
Yes.
it's your office.
Judge, he may have been ROR'd on that particular case. I'm not sure.
I think it's PTR.
Okay.
And so, just for purposes of the record, we're 2020 MM 671 AW, and Mr. Ferry, you're representing Mr. Is it Shoemate?
Shoemate, yes.
Okay, and you're waiving his appearance
Yes,
today,
Your Honor.
correct? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, on the out on release, ultimately the state would defer to the court, but the state's recommendation would be that the release be revoked and a new bond and a bond be set in that matter.
He actually has another open case.
He has what?
He has two cases.
2 cases?
Yes.
Oh, it's two?
Yes.
Okay, I only have an out on bond for 1, so. Oh, okay, so there's 2020 MM 534. Is that a W?
Yeah,
Okay, AW. Mr. Ferry, this is a little bit more complicated.
Yeah. I didn't know if other cases are popping up.
Are you representing him on the other one as well?
Yes.
Is he under the care of a psychiatrist?
Yes, Judge. I have a lot of, he has a current treatment plan that's been recently implemented by his psychiatrist. I have that with me, his doctor's information.
And so was this injunction extended? Because it says,
Yes, Your Honor.
okay.
It was recently modified, I do know that, by, I believe, Judge Blackwell. And it was recent, like, I want to say July.
So he's out on release from a May 28th incident, which is another violation of the injunction. That's the one case that I had. And then the other case is 2020 MM 534. There's an arraignment set for August 27th on that case. And it's not showing that you filed a notice of appearance in the clerk system on that case, just as an FYI. Okay? Doesn't
Will
have
be.
him as having an attorney at all.
Well, I can assure
It's
the
a
court.
direct file misdemeanor, so
In the 534 case?
yes.
Okay.
And that is alleged to have occurred on May 5th. So we've got a May 5th, a May 28th, and now this incident. Do we have a face sheet for him that I could pull up, or do we have any criminal history?
I don't believe he has any criminal history.
I can't.
No convictions, just previous arrests of drug paraphernalia, possession of methamphetamine, and a violation of injunction.
Okay. Which is, my guess, the case that he's out on release. Okay. All right, Mr. Ferry, so I do find probable cause for the contempt of court, the violation of the injunction, stalking in 2020 MM 671AW. He's to have no contact, directly or indirectly, with the victim in the case, abide by the injunction in place. I don't see a case number for the injunction. It's usually in the affidavit. I think it should be in the information too in that other case, but it's not listed as in the information. Does anyone know
There are two.
there's two injunctions? Okay.
Well, yeah, there it is.
There's a 2020 DR 4434 and a 2020 DR 4428. Two different victims.
There's
4434
And
and
4428.
4428, both 2020 DR.
There's two separate girls that he's friends with, so they both filed an injunction against him. It's related to text communications, not like stalking or something like that.
Okay.
The phones are the problem.
All right, so to abide by the injunctions in place, no weapons or firearms or any ammunition, may not possess any electronic devices, may not possess or consume any alcohol or any illegal substances without a valid prescription. This one indicates he has a medical marijuana card and he'd been taking advantage of it to the fullest. So does you know if he has a medical marijuana card?
I don't know.
Okay.
His psychiatrist is Dr. Eric Downs.
Okay.
Maybe you can make sure he follows Dr. Eric Downs.
How do you spell that, Mr. Ferry?
Downs is spelled Downes, and he's at Florida Behavioral Health.
Okay. So he is to, within 24 hours of any release, contact his psychiatrist, the doctor as named by Mr. Ferry, and to take all medications as prescribed by his doctor. No weapons or firearms or any ammunition. I am going to set the bond at $2,500 on 671 AW. Is he on pretrial release for both of those cases?
No, just one.
Just one? Okay, so, and that's the 450 AW?
Correct, 450 AW.
Okay, I am gonna revoke that, set the bond at 1,000. And I'm gonna revoke 20 MM 534 W as well and set that bond at 1,500. And Mr. Ferry, you may wanna have a lengthy discussion with him because if he comes back,
I understand, Your Honor.
chances are it's not gonna be a good day for him.
Understood.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
all right, thank you. All right, and then can we do, who's your client, Mr. O'Mara?
Meredith Rexton,
I can't see with my glasses on.
Sorry, Reksten.
On here? Oh, okay. Dexter, is it possible to get Meredith Rexton
Yes, Your Honor.
before we do the interpreters? Okay, thank you. We'll get you in and out of here.
Can I remove my mask? No, I'll put that on.
So she already
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you tell me your name, please?
My name is Meredith Marie Rexton.
All right, Ms. Rexton, and Mr. O'Mara, are you filing a notice of appearance?
Yes, I am, Your Honor. I'll follow up with a written notice of appearance, but announce my appearance for the court today. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, Ms. Rexton, you're here in 20 CT 646E, 20 CT 647E, 20 CT 648E. It's driving while license suspended, DUI with a refusal, and a DUI. And there is probable cause for those offenses. And Mr. O'Mara, she also has cases she's out on release on.
That's correct, Your Honor. And in candor to the court, that's sort of why I'm here. Previous to last night's arrest, we were looking for an inpatient treatment facility for Ms. Rexton. Obviously, that need has just doubled or tripled. So we're doing that. I anticipate there may be some concerns with her previous bonds. I just wanted to let the court note, and if there's any way to note that in the court file, that the anticipation would be that if and when she gets out, she'll be getting out directly into a residential treatment program.
Okay. And is that something you're working with her family on?
Yes,
Getting her
and
into?
actually before last night. So unfortunately, last night happened when we could have had her off and getting help before last night, but we were working with it already, so that should happen in the next couple of days.
Okay.
And it may well be an out-of-state facility. We'll be asking for the state's consent to allow her to leave the state if, in fact, she's
She
going.
can go wherever she wants as long as she doesn't miss a court date, and obviously you can tell any judge or file any appropriate motions in order to waive any appearances or.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so Ms. Rexton, you're not to possess or consume any alcohol or any illegal substances without a valid prescription. You're not to drive without a valid driver's license. I am going to stay the bonds as set at $2,500 and $500 and $500. What I'm going to do based on your attorneys telling me that you're going to go into a treatment facility
Yes.
upon release, which I think is probably a very good idea. I am going to not take any action on the out on release cases.
Yes, Your Honor.
But just know that if you come back, it's like I told the other gentleman, Mr. Ferry's client, it's not going to be a good day for you, okay?
I do not
Whatever
wanna
it might
come
be.
back.
Okay. All right,
Thanks, Your Honor, for the time.
thank
Great
you. Was
seeing
there
Your Honor.
anything else that we needed to address?
No, I
on
don't
those?
think so.
Okay,
Thanks
all
for the
right.
time. Be well.
Good luck, Ms. Rexton.
Thank you.
Good seeing you both. I never get to see anybody. So.
Yeah. All
Now with wearing my glasses, I can barely see anything. All right, now I'm going to call the interpreter. Thanks, everybody.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Dalia Romero, Spanish interpreter on the line, not sworn in yet.
All right, thank you, Ms. Romero. Can I have you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you swear to tell the truth, do you swear to translate from English to Spanish to English to the best of your ability?
I do. Dalia Romero, state certified Spanish interpreter.
Thank you so much. And your video going into BRC 2. And I believe the defendant is at the podium.
Okay, one moment, Your Honor. Let me dive.
Sí.
He can hear the interpreter, Your Honor.
Okay, sir, can you tell me your name, please?
Josel Bosch Aponte. Bosch Aponte.
Josel Bosch Aponte.
All right, Mr. Aponte, you're here in 2018 CF 12440AO, and this is a failure to appear for a trial management conference on June 23rd, 2020. The judge did set your bond at none. And does he have the public defender? Okay, you do have the public defender's office. You're going to have to contact them, and they'll have to file a bond motion for you, sir, with that judge. I cannot modify the bond today. So there's a piece of paper with a phone number on it. You'll need to call, and the public defender is in the courtroom with me. I'm sure Mr. Matos will advise your attorney that they need to file a bond motion for you. All right, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Spanish.
Good morning. Can you tell me your name, please?
Michelle Saba.
Michal Saba.
Mr. Saba, you're here in 2020 CF 9032AO. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant. Probable cause was found previously for burglary of an occupied dwelling, grand theft third degree, dealing in stolen property, and receiving money from a pawnbroker by false verification. And I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to return back to the victim's residence, nor are you to go to any pawn shop.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
You're not to have any contact with any victim or witness in the case. The bonds will stay set at $5,000 and $150 on counts 2, 3, and 4. I'm not going to take any action on your out on release case. You have a court date coming up, and you do have an attorney in that case. You need to make sure you keep in touch with them. Do not miss court, okay?
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Your Honor, may I get the case number again, please?
I'm sorry, yes. 2020 CF 9032AO.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning. Can you tell me your name, please?
Yasmira Rondon Rodriguez.
All right,
Jasmira Rondon Rodriguez.
All right, ma'am, you're here in 2020 MM 682AW. You're arrested for petty theft. I do find probable cause for that offense, and I will appoint the public defender. And you're a citizen of Venezuela, correct?
Correcto.
That's correct.
Okay, and you have no criminal history. I don't think it's a good idea to resolve this case today. You may qualify for some programs through the state attorney's office if they file on the case. So I am going to order that you are not to return to the Walmart Neighborhood Market at 8990 Turkey Lake Road. You're not to have any contact with any victim or witness in the case. I'm going to place you in pretrial release. Make sure you comply with the court order. If you violate any conditions of your release, you may be held at no bond. Good luck, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. Can you tell me your name, please?
Díaz. Antonio Colon Ruiz. Ruiz.
Antonio Colon Ruiz.
All right, sir, you're here in case number 2013 CF 13899AO. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant for violation of probation. The judge did set your bond at none, and I'll appoint the public defender in all of your cases. You also have 2013 CF 13898. It's also a violation of probation, and the bond is set at none. And lastly, 2013 CF 13161AO. That's also a violation of probation, and the bond is set at none. So you're going to see Judge Whitehead in a couple days for an arraignment. In the meantime, you have the public defender, so you can reach out to them with any questions for them. You also do have reporting requirements, so you'll need to comply with those as well, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
And so we have not one victim today or witness today?
Doesn't look like it.
Did they just not let anybody in?
Nobody has come
All
out.
right.
There wasn't that many domestic violence either.
Okay, that's very strange. And I think we are done with the Spanish. Thank you, Madam Interpreter.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Have a great day.
You too. All right, good morning. Can you tell me your name, please?
Good morning, Shannon Broner.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes.
we have a probable cause challenge for Ms.
Okay, I
Brown.
have to find the paperwork, so hold on one second.
No worries.
Okay. I have Miss Bronner.
Let us know.
I
All right, and Ms. Bronner, you're here in 2020 CF 9656AO. You were arrested for aggravated assault with a firearm, domestic violence. I'm going to appoint the public defender. Mr. Matos, you had a probable cause challenge.
Yes, Your Honor. Even though there was no witness to this specific crime, we do have the victim saying that he did see a gun, though there was no gun in the car. He said the gun might have been with the brother when he left in his car, but there was a denial by both Miss Shannon and Miss Sherry that there was a gun. And Mr. Carey sees three people pull up in a car, believes that there is a gun. I don't believe there is enough probable cause to charge Miss Broner with a aggravated assault. So I would ask to find for the less included offense or ROR on this case.
Okay, so it says Carrie stated Shannon then pointed a black gun at him and said she was going to kill him.
Carey's a defendant. I mean the victim, Your Honor.
Right.
Yes, and the victim said defendant.
I understand, but there was a denial by both.
Right, but it's within the four corners of the affidavit. The probable cause is the very low threshold. Whether the state charges it or not,
I
or whether she
understand that,
has
Your Honor.
defenses. So just that statement alone is probable cause.
I would disagree with that statement, Your Honor, but I
You
understand.
would disagree with the statement in the affidavit?
No, I would disagree with the statement that just him saying that becomes hearsay to me. but I understand your
Do
ruling.
you have any case law to support that the victim's statement in an affidavit does not support probable cause?
Your Honor, I don't, the probable cause threshold.
Because it doesn't exist, Mr.
It-
Marcos.
I understand that, but it must be more than another reasonable person would believe. And I'm a reasonable person, and I believe that the statement of the defendant alone would be enough. I mean, the statement of the victim alone would be
Okay.
enough.
So a person can be convicted based on just the statement
I
of the
understand
victim
that, Your
alone,
Honor.
and
Then
that's beyond a
that's a-
reasonable doubt. So the low threshold of probable cause does exist just based on that statement alone. Whether she has defenses or that there's other evidence that it's exculpatory, that's for a different proceeding.
I understand that.
Okay. All right, so there is probable cause for the offense. Ms. Broner, you're not to have any contact directly or indirectly with the victim. I'll have you sign the no contact order form.
I can send it.
Do you understand everything on the form, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
All right, you're to maintain a separate residence. You may return with law enforcement to get personal belongings one time should you need to do so. You're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition. If you have any weapons or any firearms in your possession or that you own, you'll need to surrender them to law enforcement within 6 hours of any release from the jail. I am going to place you on pretrial release. Make sure you comply with the court's order as well as pretrial release, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. Please tell me your name.
Good morning. My name's Kevin Hawthorne.
Mr. Hawthorne, you're here in 2020 CF 8699AO. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant. Probable cause was previously found for aggravated battery on a pregnant person and dating violence battery. And I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. You're not to have any contact directly or indirectly with the victim in the case. I'll have you sign the no contact order, please. Do you understand everything on that form, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're also to maintain a separate residence from the victim. You do not live together, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you're not to return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred. I believe that is the victim's residence. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or any ammunition. And I am going to place you in pretrial release. Mr. Hawthorne, make sure you comply with the court's order as well as pretrial release, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck. Good morning.
Good morning.
Tell me your name, please.
Gregory Harmon.
Mr. Herman, you're here in 2020 CF 9695AO. You're arrested for criminal mischief over $1,000, battery, domestic violence, and aggravated assault.
Your Honor, there's a PC challenge on the aggravated assault.
Okay. I'll appoint the public defender. What is your PC challenge?
Your Honor, there's just nothing in the affidavit that would satisfy any of the elements for the aggravated assault. There just says that he was punched 2 times for the battery and that they damaged the vehicle for $1,500 to $2,000. I would just ask to be ROR on the aggravated assault challenges.
All right, Ms. Bush, what is your response?
Your Honor, the state's response would be that within the 4 corners of the affidavit, if the defendant is striking the victim, as the strike is coming to the victim, that would be the assault, Your Honor. And the victim is seeing the strikes coming at her. So the state would say that the assault is the witnessing of the strikes coming at her.
Well, we don't have that information, do we? That she witnessed it. I mean, it's
The information that we have is that the witness reported, the victim reported that she was struck twice in the abdomen being in front of her where she can visually see that she is being struck, Your Honor. However, the state is not going to make a request as to count 3.
Okay, so based on the 5 sentences that I have in front of me, which is just the basics here, I don't find that there's probable cause for count 3. And so I'm gonna ROR on count 3. As to counts 1 and 2, I do find probable cause. Mr. Herman, I'm gonna order that you have no contact directly or indirectly with either of the victims in the case. I'll have you sign the no contact order, please. Do you understand everything on the no contact order?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're to maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition. And you do qualify for pretrial release. I'm going to place you in pretrial release. Make sure you comply with the court order as well as pretrial release, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck, sir.
And Your Honor, just for the record, the state just wanted the court to know that a prior aggravated battery on a pregnant person did involve the same victim.
Good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Alan Gregory Jones.
All right, Mr. Jones, you're here in 2020 CF 9131AO. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant which probable cause was previously found for battery, domestic violence, and tampering with a witness to hinder communication to law enforcement. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I am ordering that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim in the case. I'll have you sign the no contact order. Did you understand everything on that form, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you're to maintain a separate residence. If you need to return back to the residence to get any personal belongings, you may do so, but once with only, you must be with law enforcement, okay? Don't go over there by yourself. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or any ammunition. Your bond on count 1 is $500. Your bond on count 2 is $1,500. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Tell me your name, sir.
Jamarcus Lane.
Mr. Lane, you're here in 2020 MM 5849AO. You're arrested for domestic violence battery.
Yes,
Do
ma'am.
you find probable cause for that offense? I'm going to appoint the public defender. And so you've also got it's like 2 violations of probation on views that they filed. 2019 CF 4939, 2015 CF 1182AO. There's probable cause for those. The bonds will stay set at none. You'll see Judge Whitehead on those cases, and I've appointed the public defender. On the battery, you're not to have any contact directly or indirectly with the victim. I'll have you sign the no contact order, Mr. Lane.
Judge, can I say something real quick?
Well, let me advise you quickly that anything that you say can and will be probably used against you. So if you want to talk about the facts, I would advise you not to do that. Call your attorney and only speak with your attorney about the facts. Is there something else that you want to discuss with me that is not related to the facts?
It was about the victim.
Oh. What do you want to ask? I don't want you to say anything that is going to incriminate you or hurt you further on down the road here. So
No, I'm just.
it's difficult because you don't have the public defender with you. I know, because you can't talk to them. So I just don't want you to say anything that you're going to regret later on.
No, I'm talking about this non-contact. Like,
Okay, the victim's not here to tell me that they want contact with you. The no contact order, as it's stated in the written form that you have in front of you, which I hope you've read, that you can have that modified in writing by a judge. Your attorney will have to file a motion. There will be a hearing downtown, and that could be modified later. But right now, nobody's here to tell me that they want to have contact with you.
Well, my attorney told her not to come. She wanted to come.
Who, you have an attorney?
That's really sweet.
Okay, Miss Sweet is not here. I don't believe she's filed a notice. She filed a notice of appearance? Okay. So I'm not going to appoint the public defender. I did not know that Miss Sweet was representing you in all of the cases? Okay. So, Miss Sweet, you'll need to get with Miss Sweet. She's going to have to file a motion, but the victim is not present. So, Mr. Lane, you're going to have to sign the no contact order. I've ordered no contact. Again, like I said, that can be changed in writing by a judge. Do you understand everything on the form, Mr. Lane?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're to maintain.
Do I got a bond for the battery, domestic violence?
I'm getting there.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. You're to maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or any ammunition. Your bond on the battery is $2,500. And again, you have no bonds on the violations of probation. And it looks like Miss Sweet is representing you on all of those cases. So you'll need to get with her so she can file any appropriate motions. But you'll see Judge Whitehead on the VOPs in a couple days, okay?
Okay.
Good luck, sir. All right, please tell me your name.
Marilyn Rodriguez.
All right, Ms. Rodriguez, you're here in 2020 CF 9682AO. You're arrested for aggravated assault, domestic violence. I do find probable cause, and I will appoint the public defender. I am ordering that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim in the case. I'll have you sign the no contact order. Do you understand everything on the form, Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're also to, you don't live together, correct?
No, we don't.
Okay. You're to maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or any ammunition. I am going to place you in pretrial release. Make sure you comply with the court order as well as pretrial release, okay?
Okay.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
I don't have my glasses on, so I don't know who's out there.
Oh. Good morning, Judge. It's Daryl Smith. I'm up here.
Oh, hi, Mr. Smith. How are you? It's like with the mask and no glasses, I can't see anything. Did you tell them who you were here for?
Yes, it's Devin Smith.
Okay, and I don't know, is he on this morning docket?
Yes, they said it was this morning they wrote it in. So it was a write-in add-on.
Okay, are they bringing him over?
He was added
Okay, all
on
right.
late, Your Honor, so we're still waiting for him.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't sitting there all morning.
All right,
Okay.
thank you, Judge.
Good morning. Can you tell me your name?
Timothy Thomas.
All right, Mr. Thomas. You're here in 2020 CF 7015AO. You were arrested pursuant to a capias. There was probable cause found, and the state did file an information in the case charging you with aggravated battery causing great bodily harm, domestic violence, false imprisonment, and battery domestic violence. And I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you in that case. And in that case, I am ordering that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victims or any witnesses in the case.
Yes, ma'am.
There's going to be another no contact order for 2020 CF 9628. That's a warrant charging you with felony battery and child abuse. And I'll appoint the public defender for that. So I'm ordering, again, no contact directly or indirectly with any victim or any witness in both of the cases. Do you understand everything on the no contact order, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I read it.
All right. You're also to maintain a separate residence from the victims. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or any illegal substances. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or any ammunition.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're to comply with any DCF investigation. It looks like DCF was contacted.
Yes.
So you'll have to comply with any DCF investigation. I don't know if there is one pending. On the aggravated, well, this is interesting. So I've got a capias for false imprisonment and battery domestic violence. Do we know if there's another capias that lists the amended information of aggravated battery? Because I don't believe that I can impose a bond on the aggravated battery. It's filed on the amended information, but it is not in the capias because I believe they must have amended the information after filing the initial information.
It is an amended information, Your Honor, and
Right.
I did not see a
Okay.
second
Okay,
capias.
so the only thing that I can set bond on is the false imprisonment and the battery domestic violence. So for the false imprisonment, the bond is set at $10,000. Count 2, the battery is $2,500. On 2020 CF 9628, on the felony battery, the bond will stay at $2,500. Count 2 will stay at $2,500 as well. Did you understand everything that I've explained to you, Mr. Thomas?
Yes, ma'am, but could you repeat the bonds over, ma'am? Please?
So it's $10,000 on the false imprisonment, $2,500 on the battery, and then on the second case, it's $2,500 on each count.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Sorry, same conditions, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
No contact victims or witnesses, DCF, maintain separate residence, no weapons, firearms,
I'm
and no
sorry.
drugs or alcohol. Good morning. Can you tell me your name, please?
David Wiltshire, Your Honor.
Mr. Wiltshire, you're here in 2020 CF 8519AO. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant. Probable cause was previously found for domestic battery by strangulation and battery domestic violence. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. The state's also filed an information as well, charging you with the same offenses. And so that has been filed. So I am ordering that you have no contact directly or indirectly with the victim. I'll have you sign the no contact order, sir. Do you understand everything on that form?
Yes, ma'am. She has an permanent injunction against me in the first place.
It's correct, yes. So you're to maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or any ammunition. You're also to abide by the injunction that is currently in place
Yes, ma'am.
in 2020 DR 006897-0. Your bond on count 1 is $3,500 and $500 on count 2.
How much is that to bond out today, ma'am?
$4,000.
To cash
Have to
out?
contact. You'll have to contact a bondsman.
Yes, ma'am.
Did I need to do one of these for Mr. Ferry's client this morning? Okay, all right. All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell me your name, please?
To various Holtz.
All right, Mr. Holtz, I just saw you.
Literally.
2020 MM 5874AO. You were arrested for a violation of pretrial release condition on a domestic violence case. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I've already ordered no contact. So
Yeah.
again, I'm going to have you sign the no contact order.
But,
and
miss,
it's
like
no
I tried to tell
contact
you-
with any victims or witnesses in the case. And I have to advise you, Mr. Holtz, anything that you say can and probably will be used against you. So if you have a
Okay.
defense, today's not the day to talk about it. Only talk to your attorney about the facts of the case. So do you understand everything on that no contact order?
Yes. Would I have
Right.
a bond today?
Well, we're going to get there.
Oh.
You're to maintain a separate residence. You're not to return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms or any ammunition. The bond on the pre-violation is $2,500. And Mr. Holtz, I don't want you to respond to what I'm saying, okay? But I'm going to let you know. You cannot go over to a location where you've been ordered to be 500 feet away. You must wait for law enforcement where they tell you to go. You don't go there if they're taking a long time, okay? That's in violation of the court order. It's very important that you do not violate the court order because, look, you're back here again, okay? So I'm going to revoke the pretrial release. I am going to set that bond at $2,500. Did you understand what I just explained to you?
Yes, so I'll have to pay $2,500 to get out.
Well, you have two bonds. I'm not talking about the bond. I'm talking about going over to the location where you want to go get your things, okay? I've explained to you yesterday
Yes,
that you cannot go with law enforcement.
Yes.
You must wait where law enforcement tells you to wait. If they don't come, call again. Don't go over there, okay? You're going to end up sitting in jail with no bond. That's what's going to happen, okay?
Okay.
So don't do it.
Okay, so I got 2 bonds.
You have 2 bonds. If you violate any conditions of those release, I can guarantee you, you will have no bond. So you might want to think about it. Good morning. Can you tell me your name, please?
Good morning. Yes, Colleen Spicer.
Ms. Spicer, you're here in 2020 MM 5869AO. It's battery domestic violence. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. I am ordering that you have no contact, directly or indirectly, with the victim or any witnesses in the case. I'll have you sign the no contact order. Did you understand everything on the form, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're not to return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred. You're to abide by the trespass warning.
Yes.
And you're not to possess any weapons or firearms or any ammunition. You do qualify for pretrial release. I'm going to place you on pretrial release. Make sure that you comply with the court's order as well as pretrial release.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck.
Oh.
Good morning. Tell me your
Morning.
name, sir.
All right.
State your name.
Herbert
Tell me your-
Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. You're here in 2020 MM 683AW. You're arrested for a violation of a domestic injunction. And I do find probable cause, and I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you in your case. So there's an injunction, it's in place. It's been in place since 2016. I know it's been a while, but you still can't violate the injunction. So I'm going to order that you abide by the injunction in 2016 DR 009988-0. And I don't know if correction saw that, but when I looked that case up, there is an existing writ. So I don't know if he's been, there's a detainer? Okay, all right. So there is an existing writ on that matter. So you're not to have any contact directly or indirectly with the victim in the case. Again, there is the injunction. I'll have you sign the no contact order. Mr. Walker, do you understand everything on the no contact order?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, you're to maintain a separate residence. You're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm gonna set the bond at $2,500. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Timothy Aponte Rosario.
Okay. All right. You're here in 2020 CT 645E for driving while license suspended. I do find probable cause, and I'm gonna appoint the public defender to represent you. In that matter, you cannot drive without a valid driver's license. I'm gonna stay the bond at 500 2020 MM 205 AE. It's criminal mischief, and I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. No contact with the victim in the case. Oh, I'm sorry, it's a vehicle, so.
Your Honor.
No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. And that bond will stay at 500 as well. And then you're out on release for multiple cases here. (2020 CT 1208 AO), 2020 CT 1207 AO, 2020 CT 1206 AO, 2020 CT 207 AW. I am going to revoke the releases and set those at none at this time. Some of these are pretrial release, I think. And it looks like you do have attorneys in those cases. So you're going to need to get with them and have them file motions to set bond for you in those cases. And there's no probation hold yet or anything?
There is not.
Okay. All right, Mr. Aponte Rosario, you're going to have to call the public defender's office and get with them, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Hello.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good.
All right, can you tell me your name, sir?
Esteve Castillo Lopez.
All right, sir, you're here in 2020 CT 3255 AO. It's a failure to appear for an arraignment for an operating a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. And the judge did set the bond at 1,000, and then there's 2020 CT 3276 AO. Also a failure to appear for an arraignment for operating a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Does he have the PD in those cases? No. I don't. Is this a correct face sheet? There's like there's nothing on it. I just. Miss Bush, did you have offers on those motor no valids?
What?
I did not, but I can look at them real quickly.
Okay, I'm looking at his driving record, and obviously there is no license, but it's a failure to pay a fine. That's the only thing that I'm showing on here.
Make sure that
I don't have a criminal history though, unless this is.
I don't either.
It's blank.
And
I
need
do
to
know
make
that he's
sure
obviously
it's-
been arrested because he's out on bond, but I don't have any other information.
And I need to make sure that one of these is not connected with his out on bond.
Okay, that's a good idea.
And last name is Castillo.
I can take a look too. Mr. Lopez, Castillo Lopez, did you want to try to resolve the driving cases today? Or if we could, did you want to do that? Or did you want to go to pay the bond and go to court?
I want to resolve that case now.
Okay, you've got 2 driving without a valid driver's licenses, okay? You've got
Yes.
2. And then you've got an out on release case. We're gonna try to see if we can resolve your cases for you.
Okay.
Can't do the felony.
Your Honor, in the felony paperwork, it talks about a traffic stop. And the drugs were found subsequent to a traffic stop. I'm trying to see if,
So the date of the 3276 arrest was May 17th.
and the felony case is May 17th as
Okay.
well. So they are connected to
So
the May.
the 3255 one appears not to be connected,
He was never arrested on the traffic.
and he was
Because he
never
got
arrested
citations.
on that. Okay. Mr. Castillo Lopez?
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Bush, were you going to say something? Oh, okay, I thought you were saying something. All right, so one of your cases is connected to your felony, so we're not going to be able to resolve that one today,
Yeah.
okay? The other case, that's the 2020 CT 3255 AO. Ms. Bush, did you have an offer on that? So he has no credit for time served?
You know, he was never arrested on either. So they were both criminal traffic violations, the same date, both of the traffic cases.
Your Honor, and that's what I'm seeing. I believe they were both arose out of the same incident, or?
Presumably, he just was not arrested on the traffic, only the drug charge.
Correct. But they were all the same.
519 is the criminal traffic violation date in the clerk system. And then it happened on
I'm confused. So 3276 is connected to the felony?
If, I'm double checking it right now, but
Okay,
it seems as though
3255
it's
was 519.
in the clerk system, but it was a date of 5/17 for the stop.
Actually, it wasn't. It was 5/8, it says, on the traffic citation.
Okay.
It was scanned in on 519. So that's 5/8. And it looks like so he would have 1 day.
Yes, Your Honor.
correct.
Okay.
And that is just on
3255.
3255. The state would recommend an adjudication of guilt, 1 day, 1 day credit time served. Do not drive without a valid driver's license, and court costs.
All right, Mr. Castillo Lopez,
Yes.
I can resolve one of those cases for you today, the 3255.
Yeah.
The other case, I can't modify the capias, so you'll have to bond out on that. I'll take no action on the out on release case that you have, the felony that is associated with that case.
Yeah.
And you can go to court and talk with the public defender. I'm gonna appoint them on the case for you, okay?
Yeah. So.
Did you want to do that? It would be credit for time served. You have 1 day credit for time served. I would adjudicate you guilty, and you cannot drive without a valid driver's license, and I would give you a year to pay your court costs off.
Okay.
Did you want to do that?
Yes.
Okay, and you understand that's only one case that is being resolved, and you'll still have to bond out on the other case?
Yes.
Okay. Did you read the plea form? Did they give you one before you came into court?
Yes.
Okay, did you understand everything on that plea form?
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Are you on probation anywhere?
Probation?
Yeah, are you being supervised or are you on probation in the state of Florida or anywhere else?
No.
Okay. Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I do find a factual basis based on the affidavit or the citation in the court file to accept your plea for operating a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. In 2020 CT 3255AO, I will adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 1 day with credit for 1 day time served. You may not drive without a valid driver's license.
Yes.
I'll order you pay your court costs by August 12, 2021. If you'd like to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. So again, I took no action except I am going to appoint the public defender on both of the 2020 CF 6085 and then the other driving while license suspended case. Okay?
Yes.
So you have counsel now on those, all right?
Okay.
Good luck, sir. Good morning. Can you tell me your name?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Malik Green.
Mr. Green, you're here in 2020 CT 3289AO. You're arrested pursuant to a capias for failing to appear for an arraignment. And the judge did set your bond at $2,000. Does he have the public defender? Do we know? Okay. And 2020 CT 4921. You were arrested for operating a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. There's probable cause. And are you on probation anywhere, Mr. Green?
Your Honor, I was on pretrial release. I was heading to my court case at the time.
Don't talk about the facts or that you were driving or anything like that. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. I apologize.
But you're not on probation anywhere, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Bush, did you have an offer to resolve both of the cases? How much time does he have on the no valid, the 2020 CT 3289?
2 days.
2 days, okay.
Your Honor, the concurrent global would be an adjudication of guilt, 2 days, 2 days credit time served, don't drive without a valid driver's license.
All right, so Mr. Green, if you wanted to resolve your failure to appear, no valid driver's license, as well as the one that you were just arrested on, it would be a concurrent credit for time served, so you would get out today. I would not revoke your release on the other case. That's the battery that you're on pretrial release for.
And Your Honor, if I may have just one moment to make sure there weren't any other costs involved, and there aren't.
Okay, did you want to do that today, Mr. Green?
Your Honor, I have a question. Would that affect my pretrial release if I was to say that I was guilty on those charges today?
I'm not going to revoke your release. I'm going to have you continue to report to pretrial release. However, that does not prevent the pretrial release officer from going to the judge in Division 50 and asking him to revoke your release. He is the judge on the case. I'll make that decision today, but I can't promise that he won't revoke your release. But he could revoke your release either way, whether you pled to the driving cases or whether you didn't.
Okay, I would like to go ahead.
That's about as much as information as I can give you today about it.
Yes, ma'am. I
I can't promise what he will do in the DV battery case, but I'll take no action today.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, okay, so did you want to resolve both of the driving cases?
Yes, ma'am. And I have one other question, Your Honor.
Okay.
If I were to apply for a hardship license, would this affect that?
So I can't give you any legal advice. So you're going to have to ask the public defender's office or hire an attorney on your own. I'm going to resolve these traffic cases, and I have not appointed the public defender, and it doesn't appear as if you had the PD, correct, before? Madam Clerk? Okay. So it looks like you have the PD on the DV battery case.
Yes, ma'am.
So you'll have to talk with them about any legal advice. I can't give you any legal advice.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do we know? Okay. So, did you read the plea form before you came into court?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you understand everything that was on the plea form?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And you understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the pleas?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And I think I asked you if you were on probation and you said no, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I do find a factual basis in both of the cases to accept your plea based on the affidavits in the court file. I will adjudicate you guilty on each case, sentence you to 2 days with credit for 2 days time served. Those counts or those cases will run concurrent. I'll order that you pay your court costs by August 12th, 2021. And you're not to drive without a valid driver's license. If you'd like to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one would be appointed for you. Again, I'm not going to revoke the release. You do have a court date coming up. Make sure you don't miss that, okay?
Yes, ma'am. And is the court case on the DV case? Or
It's
is
a
it?
domestic.
Excuse me.
It just says a return date. It may be an arraignment date. I don't know. But you'll have to get with the public defender or go on the clerk's website. It should be up there, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning. Oh,
Can you tell me your name, please?
to Camry Thomas.
Ms. Thomas, you're here in 2020 CT 2806AO. It's a failure to appear for driving while license suspended. And that was for an arraignment. And it's a $500 bond. I'm gonna stay the bond at the 500, and does she have the PD? Okay, I'm gonna appoint the public defender to represent you. Does she have the PD on the out on release cases too? Okay. I'm gonna appoint the public defender for you in those cases, 2020 CT 381AE, 2020 CT 380AE. I'm not gonna take any action on those cases today. If you were to plead to 2 driving while license suspended in one day, I don't think that's probably a very good idea. So you'll have the $500 bond, ma'am. I've appointed the public defender for you. You cannot drive without a valid driver's license. Don't miss any court dates, okay? Keep in touch with the public defender.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Your Honor, James Mary is medical.
Okay, thank you. Who was it? What was the name? We don't have it.
What was the
It's,
name?
Oh, it's an
traffic
arraignment?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, looks like 2020 CT 1075AO, the PD was previously appointed, and it's a medical. Mr. Matos, did you want to enter a plea if not guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Division 62. Pretrial conference will be November 17th at 9 a.m., Colon 9B.
Good morning. Can you tell me your name, please?
Good morning. Yes, it's Andres Felipe Duran.
All right, Mr. Duran, You're here on 2020 MM 4982AO, and the PD was previously appointed in your case. It's a domestic violence battery case. It's a first-degree misdemeanor alleged to have occurred on or about July 7th, 2020. And I don't believe that we're going to have an offer today on the DV. So, Mr. Matos, did you want to enter a plea of not guilty
Yes,
for
Your
Mr.
Honor.
Duran?
Ma'am?
Yes?
That's the thing. I haven't, I've been in here for a month and I haven't spoken with my public defender yet. I've only left voicemails. But I honestly don't want to plead like not guilty, like, or I just don't know like my options if I have a plea or I don't know what's going on. Can
Well,
you please give
okay.
a little more information what's going on?
Yeah, Mr. Duran, I can't resolve your case today because the state doesn't have an offer and the victim has a right to be heard and be present and notified of any hearing or any plea. So I can't resolve the case today. And how long have you been, how many voicemail messages have you left for?
Oh, like multiple, and I even, yes, multiple. And my dad I have spoken with my mother, and she told me that he's been in contact with people that are within the courts, and that he doesn't want to file charges or anything.
Okay, well, the state did file an information, so
Yes.
charges were filed.
Okay.
There is a no contact order in place, so you
Yes.
cannot be in contact with the victim.
Yes,
okay? You have a $500 bond. Is there anything else holding him?
There is not.
It's
So you have a $500 bond. Have you not been able to bond out?
No, because I don't have a job right now. I had job applications and things in place before this occurred, and I was just wondering if there's any possibility of like, I've tried to speak about like ROR or like.
Okay, well, the attorneys would have to file a motion for me
Okay.
to address that today.
Yes,
And I
ma'am.
don't have a motion, and it's been filed, so that will have to be filed in the trial division. So,
Yes,
Mr. Matos, you may want to reach out. I'm going to have
Reaching out right now.
I'm advising the public defender here in the courtroom, and they've heard everything that you've said. They're going to contact your attorney, make sure that they know that you want to resolve the case,
Yes, ma'am.
and or that they should file a motion to reduce the bond or a motion for ROR for you.
Yes, ma'am.
But I can't address that today. That will have to be
That's
addressed
fine.
in the trial division, okay?
No
So
problem.
we're going to give you a date. We're going to enter a plea of not guilty for you today.
Okay.
And Mr. Matos is going to contact your attorney, and we will get you a court date, okay?
Sounds great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Duran.
Division 50, pretrial conference date will be September 14th at 2:30 p.m., courtroom 7C.
All right. So hopefully you will hear from the public defender soon, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, sir. Tell me your name.
I'm not a sir. I'm a
Oh, I'm
ma'am.
sorry.
Good morning.
I don't have my glasses and I can't wear them because they fog up, so I apologize.
It's okay. My name's Shaquanda Lockhart. Good morning.
All right, Miss Lockhart, good morning. You're here in 2020 MM 178AE, and the PD was previously appointed in your case. And it looks like this is a battery. It's a first-degree misdemeanor alleged to have occurred on July 14th, 2020. Ms. Bush, this is not domestic, correct? Have you had
It
any
is not
contact?
domestic, but there is no offer because it is a violent victim crime.
Okay, so Ms. Lockhart, we're not going to be able to resolve your case today. So, Mr. Matos, did you want to enter a plea of not
Yes, Your Honor.
guilty? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So, Ms. Lockhart, we're going to give you a court date, but you may get in touch with the public defender, try to resolve your case, okay?
I already got in contact with my public defender. She came out and saw me in jail, Miss
Okay.
Samantha, and right now this battery charges was holding me from getting out of jail, which everything that I'm in jail for is all false. Cause
Okay, well, I don't want you to talk about what happened or what didn't happen. That's for another day, okay? So we're
Okay.
just going to enter a plea of not guilty, give you a court date, and you can talk to your attorney about everything.
Okay, thank you.
Division 63, pretrial conference date will be September 3rd at 8:30 a.m., courtroom 12C.
All right, good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next on the list, John Eugene is medical, Your Honor.
Okay, and so that's, the PD was previously appointed in 20 MM1225A. That's a Seminole County, out-of-county warrant case. And Mr. Matos, did you want to waive, the bond is to remain at none per Judge Collins in Seminole County?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and so the Public Defender's Office can file any appropriate motions in Orange County.
Shelton Donald, refused.
I don't have these.
All right, I'm gonna reset Mr. Donald for tomorrow, 2020 M0827. Maybe he will want to come to court tomorrow to resolve his open container violation.
And Your Honor, is that the city ordinances?
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, please tell me your name.
Off the green.
Mr. Green, you're here in 2020 MO828. You were arrested for disorderly conduct. I do find probable cause. Ms. Bush, did you have an offer for Mr. Green?
Yes, Your Honor. It's an adjudication of guilt, 2 days Orange County Jail, 2 days credit time served, and court costs.
Mr. Green, did you want to resolve the case today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you read the plea form?
Say it again, ma'am.
Did you read the plea form?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you understand everything on it?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the plea?
Say it again.
Do you understand all the rights that
Right,
you're giving
right,
up
yes,
by
ma'am.
entering the plea?
I do.
Okay. Are you on probation anywhere?
No, ma'am.
You understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I do find a factual basis to accept your plea. I'll adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days with credit for 2 days time served. Order you pay your court costs by August 12, 2021. If you'd like to appeal the judgment, sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. Good luck, sir.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning. Tell me your name.
Sylvester Huntley.
All right, Mr. Huntley, you're here in 2020 MO 829. You were arrested for disorderly conduct. I find probable cause. Ms. Bush, did you have an offer?
Yes, Your Honor. It's an adjudication of guilt, 2 days Orange County Jail, 2 days credit time served, and court costs.
All right, Mr. Huntley, did you want to resolve your case with the credit for time served offer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did you read the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand everything on that plea form?
Yes.
And do you understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes.
Are you on probation anywhere?
No.
Okay, you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation.
Yes.
Okay, I find a factual basis to accept your plea. I'll adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days with credit for 2 days. Order that you pay your court costs by August 12, 2020. If you'd like to appeal the judgment, sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. I'm not taking any action on your out on release case. Make sure you don't miss any court dates on that, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck, Mr. Huntley.
Your Honor, next on the list, Montgomery, mental health.
Okay. I'm going to reset Mr. Montgomery as well. Good morning. Can you tell me your name, please?
Cara Gentry.
Miss Gentry, you're here for violation of probation. It's an on view in 19 CF 14542.
Can I say,
find probable.
I don't understand
Sorry?
that. I was supposed to have time served. I'm not supposed to be on probation anymore.
You're not supposed to be on probation.
Daniel Wade was
So-
my public defender. They restored my
Okay,
voter's
so-
rights and everything.
Okay, so I'm showing that you were placed on probation on January 8th, 2020 for a year and 6 months.
Yes, ma'am. I did 45 days, though. I had two technicals.
Right, but you were placed on probation, so you're currently on probation.
Oh, they gave me 45. I did two technicals, and they gave me time served. And I was not supposed to be on probation anymore. I did 45 days.
Okay, let me look up the case for you.
Sorry, I'm not trying to be rude.
No, that's okay. So on June 18th of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you pled to a violation of probation. And that was Judge Wilson. It looks like they did revoke and terminate your probation.
Sorry.
Hold on. So I've got one court date, and then looks like they doubled up on. And you got 49 days credit for time served. They adjudicated you guilty and revoked and terminated your probation. There's a lot. I'm very confused here. Hold on. Ms. Bush, is your, and then on June 30th, they filed an amended affidavit, a second amended affidavit, but nothing ever happened with that. She's not on probation. Does your records reflect the same thing in your system, Ms. Bush?
Your Honor, I'm switching back from the clerk's record, the admission.
Yeah, I mean, the court minutes show that it was revoked and terminated.
And I show that on 6/18/2020, it was closed. And that's what the court, but I also show that on July 2nd, there was a new violation of probation.
I was in jail.
I don't know how they can violate her after it's been revoked and terminated.
I don't either, but and I'm looking at that to see if there's a date on that, because it might have just been input at that time. And this is from April 2nd, so it predates the plea.
Okay. So she's not on probation.
So she is
You're
not on
right,
probation.
and so, Miss Gentry, you are right.
Thank you.
You're not on probation. So that's a good thing.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't find probable cause for 19 CF 14542. And so I'm gonna ROR on the VOP on view for that matter. There is a possession of methamphetamine. It's 2020 CF 9686AO. There's probable cause for that. I'm gonna appoint the public defender for that case. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. 2020 CT 4923. Driving while license suspended as a subsequent offender. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. No driving without a valid driver's license. And I'm gonna stay the bond at 1,000 and 500 on those two cases. I'm not gonna take any action on 2020 CF 7006. You do have the public defender in that case, and I'm not taking any action on 2020 CF 1104 out of Osceola or 1103 out of Osceola. Miss Gentry, I'm gonna give you a warning here.
Yes, ma'am.
If you come back again, chances are your releases are gonna get revoked and you're gonna be sitting here at no bond. Okay? So just remember that. You now have 4 cases, or 5 cases, I should say.
Thank you.
And you're not on probation, so that's good. All right, good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. Tell me your name, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Andrew Lutz.
Mr. Lutz, you're here on a violation of probation 2003 CF 1676.
That is correct.
You were arrested pursuant to the violation of probation warrant. The judge did set your bond at none. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. You'll see Judge Whitehead in a couple days for your arraignment. You also do have reporting requirements, so you need to make sure you comply with those, okay?
Your Honor, I have retained counsel Andrew Moses.
Okay, so I won't appoint the public defender, and then when you see Judge Whitehead or Mr. Moses will enter a written plea or a written denial for you and a waiver of arraignment. I'm not sure what he's going to do, but get in touch with him, but I won't appoint the PD, okay?
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So no PD on that. Good morning. Tell me your name.
Good morning, Charles Whitman, ma'am.
Mr. Whitman, you're here in 2016 CF 3068 AO. It's a violation of probation warrant. The judge did set the bond at none. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You'll see Judge Whitehead in a couple days for your arraignment. And you do have reporting requirements, sir. You need to make sure that you comply with those at the jail if you need to, okay? All right, good morning. Tell me your name.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Adele Lacosta.
All right, Mr. Acosta, you're here on a Palm Beach County warrant, and the judge in Palm Beach did set your bond on all 7 counts at none. And so I'm going to appoint the public defender here to represent you. Judge Carter will reach out to the judge in Palm Beach County to see if they will give you a bond. And you may get put back on the docket here, but the public defender has been appointed here, so they can file any motions for you here as well. I don't believe that Palm Beach is gonna come pick you up anytime soon, okay?
I understand. Thank you.
All right, good luck.
You're on the next on the list, Ali Abundant.
Okay, we'll take no action on that. Good morning, tell me your name.
Riquel Aquino.
All right, Mr. Aquino, this is a Lake County over the line arrest case in which I have to do the initial appearance. So you were arrested for it was from Lake County and then arrested here in Orange County for the offenses of battery and domestic battery strangulation. And there's probable cause. I'm gonna, in abundance of caution, appoint the public defender here because it is sort of out of county. It's a hybrid here. So I'm gonna appoint the public defender here just in case you need them. And I am gonna order that you have no contact directly or indirectly with any victim or witness in the case. I'm gonna have you sign the no contact order, sir. Okay?
Okay.
Did you read it before you came into court?
No, we did not.
No.
Okay, it probably didn't get to him because it's over the line arrest.
But, ma'am.
Yeah, I have to advise you, sir, anything that you say can be used against you, so just be very careful what you say. I don't want you to say anything that's gonna hurt your case later on, okay? Do you have a question about the proceeding?
Yeah, can I get bond out or what's gonna happen?
I'm gonna give you a bond, but we're gonna get there, okay?
Okay, I'm sorry, thank you.
Okay. So they're gonna get you a no contact order. I'm gonna have you look that over. Let me know when you're done reading and that you understand it, okay?
Now, I do have a daughter, so I have to get this resolved before I can see her.
Yes. You'll have to have it modified by a judge in writing before you can see your daughter, okay?
Okay.
Okay, did you understand everything else?
Yeah, it's just basically no contact and yeah.
Okay, you're gonna get a copy of that, so make sure that you understand it, all right?
And
If you violate it, you could be held at no bond, so just make sure you understand. You're to maintain a separate residence. Do you all live together?
Yes.
Okay, I'll allow you to go back with law enforcement one time to get any personal belongings that you may need. You're not to possess weapons or firearms or any ammunition. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or any illegal substances without a valid prescription. Your bond on count 1 will be $500 and $1,000 on count 2. All right, sir?
All right.
Thank you.
Take care.
You're on the next on the list, sources, Rubens, mental health.
Mental health, okay. This is a Volusia County, out-of-county warrant. I'm gonna appoint the public defender. Mr. Matos, do you want to waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the bond is set at is it $250? Is it 2 counts at $250 or? It just says $250. So there is a $250 bond. I don't know if I don't know what it is on each count. So, you'll have the public defender if he is not able to bond out. Good morning. Oh, nobody's there. Mr. Smith, I don't know where your client is yet.
State your name.
Joseph Echevarria.
Is this Mr. Echevarria? Okay, you're here on a Seminole County warrant. And the judge in Seminole County did set your bond at none. And I'm going to appoint the public defender here to represent you. One of the judges here will contact the judge in Seminole, see if they will give you a bond. If not, the public defender here can file any motions to set bond for you here. Okay?
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, sir. All right. Tell me your name.
Barrett G.
Mr. G, you're here on a Jefferson County warrant, and the judge did set your bond at none in Jefferson County. I'm going to appoint the public defender here to represent you, and one of the judges here will contact the judge in Jefferson County to see if they will give you a bond. If not, the public defender's office can file any appropriate motions here. But you do have reporting requirements, so make sure you comply with those at the jail if you need to, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck, sir. Good morning, tell me your name.
Jesse Majors, good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Majors, you're here on a Seminole County warrant. The judge in Seminole did set your bond at none. So I'm gonna appoint the public defender here to represent you in your case, and one of the judges here is going to contact the judge in Seminole County to see if they will give you a bond or some other form of release. And so if not, the public defender's office here can file any motions for you as well, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Is there any type of like thing that they have to go through, as in the time frame and where they would have to transport me or anything?
Well, right now we're in a pandemic, so they have very little transporting, if any at all. And I can't tell you if they're going to come and get you. Chances are probably not. But we will contact Seminole, one of the judges here, and find out if you'll get a bond or not. If not, the public defender is appointed here for you, so you can contact them and they can help you with your case, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Good morning. Tell me your name.
Jacqueline Martenville.
All right, Ms. Marcingill, you're here on a Brevard County warrant, and the judge did set the bond at none in the case. I'm going to appoint the public defender here to represent you. One of the judges here will contact the judge in Brevard, see if they will give you a bond. If not, the public defender's office can file any appropriate motions here for you. And you also have reporting requirements, ma'am, so you need to make sure you comply with those as well if you need to, okay?
What if I have a lawyer already?
Who's your lawyer?
James Contos.
Okay, have you hired him?
Yes, I have.
Since you're, okay, so I'm still, it's an out-of-county case. I won't appoint the public defender then if he's aware that you're in jail right now and he's gonna be working on your behalf.
Yes, he is.
Okay, so I won't appoint the public defender. I will let Judge Carter know. And you said it was Mr. Contos?
Yes. Jim Contos.
All right. Normally, I would appoint the public defender to help somebody here if they were sitting here at no bond, but if you've indicated that he knows that you're here and is going to be representing you, then I won't appoint them today, okay?
Okay.
If for some reason that falls through, you can write a letter to myself, Judge Wish, or Judge Carter, and we will get you back on the docket here and appoint the PD for you, okay?
Okay, when will I get transferred?
I can't tell you that. He's going to have to represent you and file a motion to set bond.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? All right.
You're on the next on the list, Spade, mental health.
All right, it's a Manatee County warrant, and I'm going to appoint the public defender. Mr. Matos, do you want to waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, it's 20 counts of no bond, and so Judge Carter will contact Manatee County. All right, and do we have, is your client,
Mr. Smith is here, Your Honor.
okay, Mr. Smith and Mr.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Okay. That's fine. Pretty sure the microphone works.
Yes, Your Honor. Daryl Smith on behalf of Devin Smith.
All right, Mr. Smith, and you filed a notice of appearance?
He actually has 2 cases that I filed notice of appearance on, but they issued successive warrants, so I haven't filed a notice of appearance on his other 3 cases
Okay.
that we're here on today.
Okay, we are here on, I've got 3 cases, and then he has 2 out on release, or 2 out on release cases that you represent him on too, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. And I just wanted to make the court aware that those were successive warrants. He didn't bond out and pick up new cases. They were just back-to-back warrants that had been sitting out there for months that I guess they just waited to hit him with.
So it looks like, because he bonded out, well, let me call the cases. So we've got 2020 CF 7939AO. That's a capias. And the state did file an information on that case, charging him with petty theft, 2 prior convictions. And the judge set the bond at $1,000 and no return to the scene, no contact directly or indirectly with the victim to co-defendant or any witnesses. And that's the Walmart at 5991 South Goldenrod Road. And so I'll stay that bond, okay? Those conditions of release. And Mr. Smith, did you understand that?
Ma'am?
Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then we've got 2020 CF 7855. That is a warrant, and that was alleged to have occurred on May 27th, 2020, which is after he bonded out on the 2 cases, the 2 possession of heroin cases. So
Then I
the other
understand.
offense is alleged to have occurred back on August 20th, 2019. Okay, so
Okay.
those were the dates that I was looking at. And then, so that was petty theft, 3 counts of petty theft, 2 prior convictions, and 3 counts of trespass on property after warning. And that was a warrant, so probable cause was found there. And the conditions of any release would be no contact with any victims or witnesses and no return to, I believe that's the Walmart Supercenter, 5991 South Goldenrod Road. And those bonds will stay the same, 500, 500, 500, 100, 100, and 100. And then you've got 2020 CF 7852AO, and that's a warrant, and the offense is alleged to have occurred on June 25th, 2020, which is after he's bonded out. In the other cases, that's petty theft, 2 priors, and resisting without violence. And so no return again. And the state looks like they did file an information charging the same offenses. And so they have filed an information. And that is the Walmart at 5991 South Goldenrod Road. And again, no contact with any victims or witnesses and no return to that location. So Mr. Smith, we've got 2 cases where he's out on release and he's alleged to have committed new offenses, and then a 3rd, which is 2019.
Yes, Judge. I would just ask the court, in light of the fact that those offenses were after he bonded out on the first 2 cases, I would ask that the court would take no action on those first 2 cases and just leave the bonds as set in these 3 cases.
Well, they were after, right? So,
Yes, Your Honor.
So I could take action.
Yes, you can.
Right, okay. So,
I'm just asking that the court would use its discretion and not take action.
so there's a lot going on here. I'm inclined to revoke the release today, and any motions can be filed. but there's too much going on at Walmart here, and appears to be a drug issue as well. So I am going to revoke the release. 2020 CF 6152AO, 2020 CF 5770AO. You do represent him in those cases.
Yes, Your Honor. And if I may, Mr. Smith was transported to the hospital yesterday. He was actually a candidate for surgery. He has a urinary blockage that he's been dealing with. I don't know if that factors into the court's decision, but I did want to let the court know that he has been in medical emergency status.
Okay. I'm going to maintain the revocation today. I'm sure if you file a motion, looks like one's in Division 20, one's in Division 12. They're hearing those motions very quickly. But based on what I'm seeing in front of me, I'm just going to revoke the release today on those. So, and you said you are going to file a notice of appearance on all of these cases?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
We're just waiting to make sure.
I just want to make sure he's represented.
Yes, he is.
Not
Yes.
sitting there. Okay.
Yes, there was just a lot going on. So, yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Smith, your attorney here is going to file motions for you to set bond in the other cases. I did revoke those releases, okay?
So that means not today, I don't go?
You're not going to be getting out today, sir. No.
Okay.
Okay? All right. Thank you, Mr. Smith. I'm sorry you had to wait.
Oh, no problem, Judge. I
Okay.
understand. Thank
Have
you.
a great day.
You as well, Judge.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, the state apologizes, but can I get the bonds in 7852, the last?
I stayed all the bonds, so whatever they are on the affidavit.
The state didn't get any paperwork either this morning.
1,500.
1,500, thank you.
Yeah. But if I didn't say it, I'll stay all the bonds in the warrant.
Thank you, Judge. Have a
Thank
good day.
you. Okay, and then I believe we have one 33-day.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm being told that there is a victim present for one of the out-of-county cases.
Okay, I don't hear out-of-county cases. So. Is it the over-the-line arrest?
I don't know. It's Mr. Aquino.
Yes. Okay, that was okay. I mean, she can come up and I'll have her give me her testimony.
Yeah, she just showed up.
You have that paperwork? That would be over the county line. It should be on the front page. All right. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then can you tell me your name and spell your last name for me, please?
My first name is Chelsea, and my last name is Aquino, Aquino.
All right. Ms. Bush, did you wish to inquire?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Aquino,
Yes.
do you want to have contact with Mr. Aquino? Do you want to have contact with Mr. Aquino?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you afraid of him?
No, ma'am.
How long have you been in a relationship with him?
5 years, married for 2.
And over the course of the 5 years, whether or not it's been prosecuted, have there been other instances of violence?
Yes.
And those instances of violence, were you the reported and listed victim?
I never reported it.
but would you have been the victim?
Yes.
And who lives in the home with you?
Ricky, myself, and our 2-year-old daughter.
Do you have any concerns for your safety going forward?
No. I think this is going to be a learning lesson for him.
Do you have any concerns about your daughter witnessing violence between her parents?
My daughter has never witnessed violence between me and her father. I make sure. I have my mother, who actually lives in the same apartment complex as me and my husband. And when I feel like something's going to happen, my mom always comes and picks up my daughter, and my daughter has never witnessed her father and I argue or fight or get physical. I make sure my daughter is protected at all costs.
I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Matos?
No questions from the defense, Your Honor.
Ms. Aquino, I appreciate you coming. I'm sorry. I don't know if you were not able to get in here in time. I've already seen your husband. I did order no contact. I'm going to maintain the no contact order. That can be changed in writing by a judge, okay? And he has that information, and he has been appointed the public defender here, even though it stemmed out of Lake County and came into Orange County. So he does have an attorney. They'll be able to file any motions for him to modify that no contact order. But today I'm going to maintain the no contact order. I also believe I ordered no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, no weapons or firearms or any ammunition, and to maintain a separate residence. And I gave him one time to go back with law enforcement to get any things. If you're at the residence, he cannot be there, okay?
I have a question, if I can ask. I was told by an officer, I think you just mentioned that I can put in writing that I want, that he's allowed to come see his child. But with this no contact order, how long is this going to be until he can see his child? Because he did call me from jail, and he was remorseful. And he also mentioned that he wanted to see
continue
his...
to call you, okay? Because
Huh?
there's a no. He can't continue to call you because there's a no contact order in place. If he calls you again, it's in violation of the court order, and he could be held at no bond, okay?
If I call him, is that acceptable?
He can't answer. If you call him, you're inviting him to violate the court order.
Okay.
So I wouldn't advise of that. I have no
How long
control
is this-
over what you do, but I don't think that's.
How long is the court order?
So until it's changed in writing by a judge. So his attorneys can file a motion, or you all can. He can write the judge and ask that be changed, but that will have to be done at a hearing. Okay. And they can modify that as well as it relates to the child, if you want to have contact through a third party or something like that. But without a third party here today, I'm not going to be able to do that, to say that they would be willing to help with the child.
By third party, you mean?
Like your mother or somebody that would be able to,
His brother is actually downstairs, but they didn't allow him to come up.
Well, he's going to have his attorney file a motion, okay?
Okay.
And that can be done today if they get on it. You can call the public defender's office, find out who's representing him, and you can communicate with the attorney as well to
Can
get
I
that
ask,
filed.
when is he going to get out?
I set the bond, I believe, at $500 and $1,000. I think he has a $1,500 bond.
Yes, Your Honor.
So he can, he'll be released as soon as he bonds out.
I'm sorry, how much was the bond?
$1,500 total.
Okay.
Okay? Did I answer all your questions? Okay. All right. And I'm sorry there was some issue getting in or whatnot. But I would call the public defender's office. Do we have a phone number that we can, Mr. Matos, what is the office's phone number?
I actually do not know, Your Honor.
You don't know your office's phone number?
I've never called my office.
Your Honor, I'll see if I can find a number.
So all I have to do is call the public attorney's office.
Public defender. That's
I'm
who's
sorry, public
representing him?
offender's office. And I'm sorry, I'm just nervous because I've never been in this situation before. I
get it.
So I just have to reach out to them and let them know that I need in writing. I have to write it or he has to write it.
Well, his attorney would have to file a motion with the
Okay.
judge who has the case
Okay.
This is a Lake County case.
Yes.
Okay, it's an over-the-line arrest. So I've ordered no contact, but the PD's office here, the public defender,
I have
will
the
be
number,
able to facilitate any motions either here or in Lake County to try to modify that, okay?
And this is something that could be done today?
It may take more than a day, okay?
Okay.
Right? It may take more than a day, but.
So we can pretty much bail him out. Well, not me,
You can bail him out. You just, he can't have contact with you. Okay, if you want to post his bond, you can do that.
It's individual.
He just can't write you, call you, text you, have any third party communicate messages to you, write you letter, anything, leave you notes, things like that, harass you, have any physical or indirect contact with you. Okay?
Can I ask one last question?
Sure.
He can't contact me. Is that also with his daughter? So if, for example, if his brother asked me to pick up my child so he can see his daughter, is that okay? Or he can't see his daughter either?
He cannot see the daughter until the no contact order has been changed in
Okay.
writing. Okay?
Okay, yes, ma'am.
And I also ordered no contact with the other victim in the case.
My father and my brother.
Yes. It's,
Charles Aguayo and Carlos Aguayo.
They didn't list a second victim, but they named a second victim.
Charles Aguayo.
I believe so.
Yes, ma'am. That's my brother.
Okay. So if you have any questions, call the public defender's office. They can walk you through everything and help you with that. If you also, I'm not sure how long this will take to get to Lake County just because of the over-the-line arrest. I don't know if they'll have it in their system right away, but you can always reach out to the state attorney's office in Lake County. I believe that's where it would be prosecuted, okay?
Am I allowed to get a copy of what happened today or paperwork of what happened today, or no? That's just for,
Do we have an affidavit that we could print out for her?
just something that states what.
I'll try to make it easiest for you, and then you can go to the state attorney's office, or you can reach out to whoever you need to reach out to in Lake County. Yeah, do you want the affidavit and the court order, or?
I would just like to have it as proof. That way I know what isn't allowed to happen, because I don't want him to now get in further trouble.
Right.
Just to kind of.
So we'll give you an affidavit, we'll get you the court order if we can, Madam Clerk, if that's possible. And then, do we have a copy of the no contact order that we can get? Okay. So we'll give you all the paperwork that we have. It's confusing because it's Lake County and it's. So
Well,
I'm
that's
gonna
what
try
was
and make it as
confusing to
easy
me,
as for you as
because
possible.
there was a lady who called me at exactly 9:30 this morning, and she told me that his court hearing was at 1 o'clock. So she said, you need to be there by 12:30 or 12:45 and speak with the judge and let her know that you don't want, the no contact order. And she also mentioned something about me speaking about him needing classes for alcohol or mental. She
So
said
that's
that.
something that you should talk about to the state attorney's office about.
Well, that's what the lady told me I would be speaking with the judge about. And she told me to be here by 12:30.
Right.
When I
Well,
called the jail.
It's kind of confusing because it's an out-of-county case because it was an over-the-line arrest. But it's a domestic violence case, so we hear those in the morning. But I understand where the miscommunication happened. So I apologize for that. But that's why I wanted to bring you in to hear what you had to say. But I'm going to maintain the order that I imposed earlier. And then you can reach out again. Do we have that? You gave her the phone number for the public defender?
Matos
Okay, thank you,
did,
Mr.
yes,
Matos.
Not a problem.
And so you can reach out to them, and as well as the state attorney's office in Lake County.
Oh, so I'm going to be dealing with Lake County, no
Yes.
longer Orange County.
Only for the public defender here.
Is from Orange County.
Yes, and then at some point in Lake County, when if the case gets filed, he'll probably either need to hire an attorney or the public defender would be appointed there for him. But because it was an over-the-line arrest, which is rare, okay, it's not common, it gets a little confusing. But we have jurisdiction to hear the initial appearance here.
Now, if I didn't press charges or anything like that, would this
you know,
continue?
The state can still file without the victim if they have the ability to do that and they want to do that, but you can call them and tell them what you want to happen.
Is there a phone number for that?
I don't have the Lake County State Attorney's
so just
office.
call
I'm
Lake
sure
County.
that's just easily found online, and you can look online for that. I don't have that information, okay?
Okay.
But we gave you everything that we did today, so you have that, and hopefully that will help you, okay?
Okay. Thank you so
All right,
much.
thank you. Good luck, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for doing all that. Okay, so we have one.
And Mr. Matos got a copy as well.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah,
Can you tell me your name, please?
Irvin.
I'm sorry?
Irvin.
Mr.
Irvin-
August?
Yeah, Irvin August.
Oh, okay. Mr. August, you're here in 2020 MM 5850AO. You were arrested for 2 counts of battery. And I do find probable cause for those offenses. I'm going to appoint the public defender. You cannot return back to the 7-Eleven at 486 North Orange Avenue. No contact with any victims or witnesses, and no weapons or firearms or any ammunition. The bonds will stay at $500 and $100. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Tell me your name, please.
Ashton Kacho.
All right, Mr. Cacho, you're here in 2020 MM 5865AO. You're arrested for trespass in a dwelling, and I do find probable cause. Ms. Bush, I don't know if you've been able to make an offer or have contact with the victim
I
in the
was
case.
not able to contact the victim,
Okay.
Your Honor.
So, Mr. Cacho, you're not to return back to the location of the offense. So I believe it's the Nightshade Apartments,
Yes, Your
the
Honor.
Cottage 97. Is that the specific? It just
And
says
the-
Nightshade
And the
Apartments.
trespass warning is for the whole property, Your Honor.
Okay, so it looks like you've been trespassed from there and it's the whole property. So you're not to return back to that location. No contact with any victims or witnesses, and abide by that trespass warning.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll stay the bond at the $250. Thank you, sir.
Do you have an offer?
No, there's no offer today. Good morning, or good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Bronson K. Dunn.
Or Mr. Dunn, you're here in 2020 MM 5338. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant for battery, and probable cause was previously found. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you in the case. And then in also 2020 MO 826, there's a disorderly, and I do find probable cause for that. Ms. Bush, did you have an offer for the disorderly?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Did you want to resolve the disorderly today, Mr. Dunn? We can't resolve the battery.
Ma'am, I do. I plead no contest.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's see what the state's offer is, okay?
It's an adjudication of guilt, 2 days Orange County Jail, 2 days credit time served, and court costs.
Okay, so that's a credit for time served offer. We can do that if you want to do that. The battery, you're not to have any contact with any victim or witness, no weapons or firearms or any ammunition, and no return back to, I believe, the Lynx bus.
I believe so.
And that bond will stay at $500. So did you want to resolve the other case, Mr. Dunn?
not 100% sure on what to do. I wanted to pursue that as a not guilty plea and request a trial.
I'm talking about the disorderly. So you
Oh,
want
the
to
disorderly,
resolve
no,
it with the
it's-
credit
yeah,
for time served?
Resolved, yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Did you read the plea form?
I did,
Do you understand everything on it?
yes, ma'am,
And all the rights that you're giving up by entering the plea, you understand those?
indeed.
Are you on probation anywhere?
No, ma'am,
Do you understand if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation?
I do.
All right, I do find a factual basis to accept your plea based on the affidavit in the court file. I'll adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days with credit for 2 days' time served. Order that you pay your court costs by August 12th, 2021. If you'd like to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. And before we go, is there a reason why he did not qualify for pretrial release? It just says, do you think, I mean, can I?
You guys are verifying the language between emergency contact, transient, and unstable house.
Okay.
Bronson Dunn.
Mr. Dunn, how long have you been living in Orlando?
Approximately 7 years.
Okay, and what do you do right now for work? Anything?
I'm currently SSD disability.
Okay, and then, do you have family in the area?
I don't have family in the immediate area, but I'm anchored to the area, and I'll have no problem showing up to court.
Where are you living?
Currently under I-4 in Colonial. But I'm
Okay.
seeking inside housing with the Hope team, so we're making some gains, sobriety, and seeking some inside, so making some
Okay.
progress there.
Can I place him into pretrial release? Okay, I'm going to put you in pretrial release, Mr. Dunn. You're not going to have to post a bond. I'm going to order that you get in touch with the public defender within 24 hours of your release so that they know how to get in touch with you, okay? And you don't miss any court dates, all right?
Affirmative.
Pretrial release will have you phone in, okay?
Thank you.
All right, good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Tell me your name, please.
Patricia Eccles.
Ms. Eccles, you're here in 2020 MM 5866AO. It's a petty theft. And I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender. I don't think today's a good day to resolve your case because you have no criminal history, okay? And you probably want to keep it that way.
Yes, ma'am.
And she does not qualify for pretrial release. Where are you living right now, Miss Eccles?
Well, nowhere. I mean, I've been staying in the airport, sort of, with my boyfriend that was charged with. I don't really have. I'm recently from Alabama.
Okay, when did you move to Florida?
I didn't move to Florida. Like I got stuck on Greyhound and me and him both got kind of basically stranded here after we got off the Greyhound from Panama City.
Are you intending to stay in Orlando, or are you intending to go back to Alabama?
Well, after this is over with, I'm hoping to go back to Alabama or something like that. I'm not trying to stay here.
Okay, so what I'm going to do today is I'm going to release you on your own recognizance. You don't really have community ties here, so that you're going to say you're coming back to court, okay? If you need to come back to court. So I'm going to order that you get in touch with the public defender's office within 24 hours of your release. There's a phone number there. You're going to call them and tell them how to make sure that they can keep in touch with you. You're going to get a court date when you get released. You can't miss that court date, okay?
So does that mean I'm not released or?
You're going to get released. And so you're not to return back to the Walmart at 8101 South John Young Parkway, and no contact with any victim in the case.
Yes, ma'am.
But but you got to show back up to court. If you don't show up to court, chances are you'll get a warrant and it'll be at no bond. And then when you do get arrested, you'll be sitting in jail.
Yes, Mom.
Okay, so it's very important that you show up to court. And I mean, you might qualify for a program with the state attorney's office, okay? Yes, Ms. Bush?
Your Honor, because she's in Alabama, I don't know that she would qualify for the diversion program. However, having said that, the state was prepared to make an offer of a withhold.
Okay, I mean, I'm happy to present her with any offer if she wanted to resolve it today. So, Ms. Bush, is that a withhold and credit for time served?
It's a withhold credit time served. The state would ask for an order and reserve for 30 days of restitution.
Okay. So, Ms. Eccles, I know that you're probably not familiar with the criminal system because you have a pretty clean, you have nothing on your history. So, the state has made an offer to resolve the case today if you wanted to do that. The offer is a withhold of adjudication, meaning it's not a formal conviction, okay? And you would get credit for the time that you've been in, and you would have to pay court costs. I'd give you a year to pay those, and I would order and reserve any restitution for the items at Walmart. If you wanted to accept that offer, the case would be over today, and you would not have to come back to court. But you would have a criminal history. It just wouldn't be a conviction, but you might still have to report that to any employer or anything like that. So it's really up to you. And I know you don't have anybody there to talk to, so it is kind of a difficult situation because there's nobody there to talk to. But do you want to think about it and we can recall your case, or?
Well, would that one still let me be able to leave today or no?
Either way, you would be getting out today. One would resolve the case and one would not. You would have to come back to court for.
I don't know which one's smarter. I don't have any
I can't give you any legal. I can't give you any legal advice. Mr. Matos, if you want to go talk
Let me
to
go talk to her.
Miss Eccles and advise her of maybe what is in her best interest, because I can't do that. So hold on.
absolutely.
Mr. Matos is going to go over there and talk to you real quick.
And Your Honor, Mr. Matos also has the offer on the co-defendant.
Okay, and I think he's Mr. Goudet. And if Mr. Goudet is over there, he may want to speak with him as well.
And the only difference is his is an adjudication.
Is that for this case? I don't know what we're doing. Sorry. I just don't like to plead those cases out unless they've had an opportunity to actually, especially with clean history, talk to somebody about it.
The only reason I wrote an offer was because she's from Alabama.
Your Honor,
Yes.
she's not going to resolve today. She's going to take the ROR and
Okay.
PD.
All right. So, Miss Eccles, that you have to make sure you don't miss court. Okay. So, whatever you do, don't miss court. If for some reason you're not able to make court, and for whatever reason, you have to keep in touch with the public defender and let them know. If you don't, then you'll probably get a warrant. Okay.
Yes, Mom.
All right. And no return back there, and no contact with the victim. Okay.
Yes, Mom.
Good luck. Is Mr. Goudet, can we just take, okay. Can you tell me your name?
Alicia Fordyce.
All right, Ms. Fordyce, you're here in 2020 MM 5848AO. It's a trespass on property after warning. I do find probable cause. Did you have an offer, Ms. Bush?
Yes, Your Honor. It's an adjudication of guilt. 2 days Orange County Jail, 2 days credit time served, no contact with witnesses, no return to the scene, abide by trespass warning, and court costs.
All right, did you want to do that, Ms. Fordyce?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, did you read the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand everything on the plea form?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand all the rights you're giving up by entering the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you on probation anywhere?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I do find a factual basis to accept your plea based on the affidavit in the court file. I'll adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days with credit for 2 days time served. No contact with any victims or witnesses, no return to the location of the trespass and abide by the trespass. And I'll order that you pay your court costs by August 12, 2021. If you'd like to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. You have 2 cases that you're out on release on. You have court dates coming up, so you have the PD on those cases. Make sure you don't miss any court. Yes, Ms.
Okay.
Bush?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold on, Ms. Fordyce, hold on.
I'm showing on 2020 MM 2721, I showed that she pled on August the 5th.
Did you plead to anything on August 5th?
No, ma'am. Not in my knowledge. No, ma'am.
I don't know.
Then
Okay.
it's wrong. And
Okay, just make sure you keep in touch with your attorneys and don't miss any court, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good luck.
Thank
And I'll take no action on those if I didn't specifically say it. Good afternoon, sir. Tell me your name.
Danteis Goodman.
Did you say Benjamin Goudet?
No, Danteis Goodman.
Okay, I don't have Mr. Goodman.
Hold on, Your Honor.
I don't have him either.
I have Mr. Benjamin Goudet, who was the co-defendant.
He's coming up, Your Honor.
Okay, I don't, where
Goodman
is
is in the
Mr.
felony.
Goodman?
He's coming up.
No, I know, I don't know
Goodman
who.
is in the felonies.
He was in the film.
He's in the felonies.
Oh, okay. We're just out of order. I just want to make sure we didn't lose Mr. Matos.
He's
or-
talking to the public.
He's stuck talking
Okay,
to Mr.
that's
Goudet.
fine. That's fine.
We can
Is
just
he in the
notify
court?
him And
That's fine. Is he in the courtroom with him? I just don't want to proceed forward without the PD.
no, he's right outside the courtroom, Your Honor.
Okay, well, we're going to wait then. I didn't realize that he was not in the courtroom talking to Mr. Goudet. Okay.
Want him now?
So we can solve these 2 in one go.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. Can you tell me your name?
Benjamin Goudet.
All right, Mr. Goudet, you're here in 2020 MM 586780. You were arrested for petty theft, and I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender. You've been talking with Mr. Matos. I think the state had an offer for you. There's, Mr. Matos, did you discuss the offer? I think it was an adjudication of guilt and credit for time served and
Yes.
reserved restitution.
Yes, Your Honor. I just have one question for him, and then I can tell you if he wants to resolve it or not.
Okay.
And in case Mr. Matos does not have his paperwork with him, he would not be eligible for diversion.
Okay.
Your Honor, he would like to accept the credit time served offer from the state.
Okay, and so Mr. Goudet, did Mr. Matos explain to you the enhanceable offense of theft?
No, I have not, Honor. Let me just go over it for a second.
Okay.
We still move on with the plea, Your Honor.
Okay, I just need to make sure that you understand about the enhanceable offense of theft. So if you get 2 convictions, then the next one could be a felony. It just gets worse every time, right? Okay, you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you read the plea form before you came into court?
I did not.
Okay, why don't you read the plea form? If you have any questions, you can ask Mr. Matos about those rights that you're giving up.
And Your Honor, may the state approach?
Yes, thank you.
All right, yes, I understand.
Okay, and are you on probation anywhere?
No, ma'am.
Okay, good. And do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, the plea will subject you to deportation?
Yes.
Okay, I do find a factual basis to accept your plea to the offense. I will adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days with credit for 2 days' time served, order restitution and reserve as to the amount for 60 days. So the state will have to provide to the public defender any restitution amount. They can provide that information to you. You can either agree to it or you can ask for a hearing on that. And I'll order that you not return back to the Walmart at 8101 South John Young Parkway. And I'll order you pay your court costs by August 12th, 2021. If you'd like to appeal the judgment and sentence of the court, you must do so in writing within 30 days. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you, sir. Good luck. And we will need fingerprints for Mr. Goudet. Thank you, Mr. Matos.
Not a problem,
All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Kenneth Noel.
All right, Mr. Noel, you're here in 2020 MM 5870. You're arrested for possession of cannabis less than 20 grams. I do find probable cause. The state here is filing a no information notice. They're not going to prosecute your case. Okay? So you're going to be released today, and the case you should not have to come back to court for this case.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to file that with the clerk, and you will be on your merry way, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Can I ask you a question? I had bonded out on this case, so did I get my money back?
I can't tell you that. I don't know.
We don't have a bond for him.
They don't have a bond. It doesn't look like you bonded out.
$500 though.
It doesn't look like they have any bond posted for you.
Yes, ma'am. But they said I gave them the money. My people gave them the money, and
Okay.
they said once I go to court, because I paid them the full amount of the $500. They say once they go to court, they give me the $400 back.
Who did you pay?
I don't know. It's across the street.
You personally paid it?
Nah, my family members did.
Okay, you may want to talk to your family because they're not showing that the bond was posted.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't give you any more information.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Bush. And then Brown bonded, 2001 7664. Spencer Brown,
No.
7664.
7664. 17664.
Yes.
Okay, we'll take no action on that. Did we lose Mr. Matos?
Your Honor, he's trying to make his way back over to you.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure he's not,
He just got caught up talking to some inmates.
okay, but he's in the courtroom?
No, he's out in the
Okay.
hallway.
All right, well, we'll wait till he gets back. Musical courtrooms. I don't know where he is, but he's somewhere in the hallway, I'm sure, getting bombarded, but with questions.
Got to be careful going back and forth.
He's on his way back, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm gonna wait for him to come in. We thought we lost you there for a second,
Well, I
Mr.
talked to
Matos.
everybody
You're
on
fine.
that
I'm
line.
sure you were getting bombarded, right?
Yeah, as soon as I came in, I had to talk to everybody on that line, so.
Okay, all right. I didn't want to do it. Ms. Bush did file a no information notice on Mr. Noel, I think it was.
Yes, we
Okay,
talked about it
So you're
before.
aware. I wasn't sure if you were in the courtroom. All right, sir, can you tell me your name, please?
Jason Cavanzo.
All right, Mr. Cavanzo, you're here in 2020 CF 970280. You're arrested for driving while license suspended as a third subsequent offender, and I do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You cannot drive without a valid driver's license. The bond will stay at $2,500. I'm not taking any action on your out on release case. Make sure you keep in touch with the public defender and you don't miss any court dates, okay?
Can I say something, Your Honor?
Sorry?
May I say something?
Well, I don't know what you want to say, but anything that you say can be used against you.
I understand, Your Honor. This isn't my third time. This is my second time within the certain time limit of 2018 was the first time, and then before that was 2008.
Okay, so it doesn't matter the time frame, okay? But the state will have to charge you in an information.
Okay.
And they haven't made that decision yet. So for a felony, an information will have to be charged. So call the public defender. You can tell them any defenses that you have.
Okay.
But there is no time frame for 2 prior convictions.
Okay. And then can you
Okay.
can I lower my bond, please? I don't have enough money.
I'm not going to lower your bond, sir. You're out on release. You're lucky that you're not getting your bond revoked today.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, James Crum, medical.
Medical?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's a 2020 CF 2325AO, failure to appear for a status hearing on August 10th. 2020, the judge did set the bond at $1,000. Does he have the PD? Okay. I'm sorry, and Mr. Matos, did you want to waive? We're not
Yes, Your
gonna-
Honor.
We're not going to resolve it. Good afternoon. Tell me your name, please.
Jerome Garvin.
Mr. Garvin, you're here in 2020 CF 9693AO. You're arrested for grand theft of a motor vehicle. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender. No contact with any victims or witnesses. And the bond will stay at $2,500. You've also got a driving while license revoked as a third subsequent offender, 2020 CF 9701. There's probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. You cannot drive without a valid driver's license. That bond will also stay at $2,500. And I think he has a polk. What's the hold for polk? Is there bonds on that?
It's a no bond, robbery without a weapon, battery, DV, and criminal mischief. Grand theft.
Will he be seen by IA on that?
It's just a hold. They have not served
Okay,
a
it's
warrant.
just a hold. So you do have a hold for Polk County, sir. Are you aware of that?
I got
You have a hold for Polk County. I believe you have an offense out of Polk County. They arrested you on a warrant.
for Polk County. I'm not out on a bond for Polk County, ma'am.
I don't know anything about what's going on in Polk County, but it may be a new law offense and they arrested you on the warrant, okay? So you have a hold for that.
The grand theft. I know everything I say could be used against me, but ma'am, this is my truck and my wife's truck. I'm married. How could
Okay,
it?
then that's a defense that you may have. You'll need to contact the public defender's office and they can talk to the state attorney about that before they make a charging decision.
Thank you.
But you've only been arrested. You haven't been formally charged, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Please tell me your name, sir.
Danteis Goodman.
All right, Mr. Goodman, you're here in 2020 CF 9684AO. You're arrested for burglary of a conveyance and aggravated assault. I'm gonna appoint the public defender. I find PC for count one. I don't find probable cause for count two. Just making a statement while reaching into a bag without having a weapon. I've looked at all the case law.
Your Honor, the state would just argue that it's akin to someone walking into a bank, putting their hand in their pocket and saying, I have a gun. It is akin to that.
Okay, I looked up all the cases under the statute and did not find anything that would allow me to find probable cause without showing the weapon. Because an aggravated assault is different than the robbery, as if what you're maybe arguing.
Yes, Your Honor. However, if they just have it in their pocket and they say, I have a gun, give me all your money.
But he didn't say I have a gun.
No, and I'm not saying that. But the argument that I'm making is that it is akin to the effect that the belief that there is a weapon has on the victim, Your Honor, and whether or not a reasonable person would be, as this affidavit says, in fear for their life.
Everything that I looked at, Ms. Bush, in terms of the case law, indicated that there needed to be some sort of a weapon or overt act with the, and I just don't
And the
find
state
it here.
would argue that going into the bag was the overt act, but the state is not going to make a request of the
So I don't, based on my review of the case law and the statute itself, I just don't find the PC is there for count two. But there is PC for count one. So, Mr. Goodman, you're not to have any contact with any victim or witness, no weapons or firearms or any ammunition. If you have any weapons or any firearms, you must surrender them to law enforcement within 6 hours of release from the jail. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, and no return back to the scene where the offense is alleged to have occurred. The bond on count one will stay at $3,500. Count two will be ROR'd. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Tell me your name, sir.
Your name? Oh, A.B. Harris.
All right, Mr. Harrell, you're here in 2020 CF 9410 AO. You're arrested pursuant to a capias. The state filed an information and a judge did find probable cause for grand theft third degree. And I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. You're not to return back to the Home Depot at 350 North Alafaya Trail. No contact with any victim or witness in the case. The bond will stay at $1,500. Thank you, sir.
Jarko Harrison is medical, Your Honor.
Okay, medical.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm gonna appoint the public defender, and Mr. Matos, did you want to waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
2020 CF 9645 AO, it's possession of cocaine. I find probable cause. And no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. The bond will stay at $1,000. I'm not taking action on the out on release case. He does have the PD in that case.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Well, Harris.
Mr. Harris?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Harris, you're here in 2020 CF 9646 AO. You're arrested for possession of meth or MDMA with intent to sell or deliver, possession of cocaine with intent to sell or deliver, possession of drug paraphernalia, and possession of cannabis less than 20 grams. And I do find probable cause. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. The bond will stay at $15,000, $150, $100, and $100. You're out on release for pretrial release. I'm not going to take any action on that. I'm not going to revoke your release entirely. So I am going to revoke the pretrial release. I'm going to set the bond at $2,500 in that case.
You're on the next on the list. Itzman Christopher, medical.
Okay. I'm going to appoint the public defender for Mr. Heitzman. And Mr. Matos, did you want to waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
2020 CF 966780. It's a burglary of a dwelling and grand theft from a dwelling of $100 or more. And I do find probable cause for those offenses. No return back to the victim's residence. No contact with any victim or witness in the case. And the bond will stay at $5,000 and $150.
Next on the list, Jones Nike. He refused court.
Okay. I'm going to find the refusal to be a waiver. Appoint the public defender. 2020 CF 9498AO, and it's a grand theft, 3rd degree. The state filed an information. A judge found probable cause. And he is not to return back to the AT&T at 10165 West Colonial Drive. No contact with any victims, witnesses, or co-defendants, and the bond will stay as said in the warrant at $5,000, or KPS at $5,000. All right, good afternoon. Please tell me your name.
Michael Martino.
All right, Mr. Martino, you're here in 2020 CF 9683. You were arrested for possession of an anti-shoplifting or inventory control device and petty theft as a 3rd subsequent offender. I do find probable cause, and I'll appoint the public defender's office to represent you. No return back to the target at 120 West Grant Street. No contact with any victim or witness in the case, and abide by the trespass warning. And the bond will stay at $1,000 on each count. I'm also revoking the release 2020 CF 8318AO, and I don't think that you have an attorney on that matter, correct?
Right.
He does? Is it private or the PD? Okay, it just says on here TBA, so I'm not sure. It says PD? Okay, so the PD does represent you. They will have to file a motion to set bond for you in the case, okay, sir?
So I can't bond out.
Good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Hi, Stephanie Pooley.
All right, Miss Pooley, you're here in 2020 CF 9689AO. You're arrested for possession of methamphetamine, possession of a prescription drug without a prescription, and possession of drug paraphernalia. And I do find probable cause for those offenses. And I'll appoint the public defender. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. She was not interviewed.
She was subsequently interviewed.
Did she qualify?
Yes.
Okay. So you do qualify for pretrial release. Ms. Pooley, I'm going to place you in that program. Make sure you comply with the court order, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Evangelo Ramirez.
All right, Mr. Ramirez, you're here in 2020 CF 96880. It's an R. I'm not sure what it is, but in the affidavit, they charge attempted burglary of a dwelling in the body of the affidavit, and it is a residence, and then the officer charged attempted burglary of a conveyance.
I'm sorry, of a
hold
what?
on. I'm not talking to you. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to pull that. I believe the statute says conveyance or structure. I'm just going to check the statute.
Yeah, so 81002 4B.
Actually, 4B is the conveyance, but 4 sub A is structure.
Yeah, I mean, the officer charged 4B, so I like, that's what he put in the affidavit as the charge, even though he listed attempted burglary of a dwelling in the affidavit itself, and then he talked about remaining in a structure. So I don't know.
And Your Honor, while the state's unable to point the court to the rule, the court may, since it is the burglary statute, and it's just, the state would argue that it is a Scribner's error. On the front page, a wrong key was hit to input the charge on the face sheet of the affidavit. The state would ask the court to go by what is written in the narrative of the officer's report. And in that, he does say attempted burglary of a dwelling, and that he remained in a structure. And that would be, the state would ask the court to find probable cause under 81002 4 subparagraph A.
Mr. Martinez?
Your Honor, I understand what the state is arguing. I just have a question as to whether it would be a difference between because if it's a charge up, wouldn't it be better for them just to refile this under the proper charge?
Well, I mean, you could make that argument, but I'm asking you to respond to what Ms. Bush just said.
Oh, I have no. I agree with her. They just probably hit a wrong key. I'm just wondering if there's a procedural issue.
So what I'm gonna do is,
Can I explain something? Your Honor?
so 4B is the conveyance. You got 4A, which is the structure. But they're both felonies of the 3rd degree.
Yes, Your Honor.
If you go to a dwelling, then we get into felony of the 2nd degree.
Yes,
And I never stayed, I left.
And because the narrative actually,
And it's an
even
attempt.
though it has
It's an
the
attempt.
dwelling, it talks about the structure.
Right.
So the state is asking that the court find probable cause
For the structure.
4A, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So I can go sideways, but I can't go up, okay? And I can go down, I can't go up, and So I'm gonna find, obviously, that there was some type of a Scrivener's error, and I think it can't find attempted burglary of a dwelling, but I'll find attempted burglary of a structure, which is 4A instead of 4B. And it's an attempt, so it's still the same type or level of offense. As to count 1, count 2, there's probable cause for the trespass. And so, Mr. Ramirez, you're not to have any contact with any victim or witness in the case, no return back to the scene, and abide by the trespass warning. Is this the correct face sheet? He doesn't have any history?
There's no history.
And
He just was not interviewed.
okay. Where are you living, Mr. Ramirez?
Your Honor, I was actually living with my grandmother, and
Where's that?
it's the place where the incident took place. She has a disagreement with her daughters and her daughter's husband because,
Well, I don't want you to talk about what happened or didn't happen, okay?
well,
So-
I just wanted to tell
When
you
you-
that I didn't break in anything.
Okay,
I leave the back window
okay.
open.
I'm gonna,
locked.
Mr. Ramirez, stop talking. You're only gonna hurt yourself, okay? Everything that you say is being recorded, okay? So today's not the day for you to tell your story, okay? That's for your attorney. So I'm just trying to figure out in terms of your bond or release conditions. That's why I'm asking you specific questions. So you're saying that you were living at that residence, but you can't live there anymore because you've been trespassed, okay? So where are you going to be living?
I have an aunt I can live with.
What?
I have an aunt I can live with temporarily.
Okay, where is that?
She's over in, I believe it's Palm Key or Key Palm or something like that. It's about 2 hours and 40 minutes away.
Okay. Have you talked to anybody about posting your bond?
I was supposed to get the phone calls, and the phone didn't work. And when I went to go ask someone if they could help me, they restrained me and put me in that little isolation box until today. And I've been asking if I could have a phone call, if I get a phone call, and then they told me no, that apparently I already used my 2 calls and that I had to pay for another one. So I didn't understand what was going on. Because I never got to call anybody. If I was able to make a phone call, I could have posted bail yesterday.
Okay, so you think you'll be able to post your bond?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I really don't have any community ties here. You don't know where your aunt lives. You cannot live at
I
this
can actually go to
residence.
my mom's. She lives in Point Siena.
Okay.
I have a room there, actually. That'd be better. That'd actually be a lot better than my aunt's.
So what I'm gonna do is $1,000 on count 1 and $100 on count 2, or pretrial release if he's able to qualify. But I just don't have enough information to ROR at this time. So you'll have an offer if you're able to get pretrial release to qualify you, then you might be able to be released that way without having to post a bond. Okay, sir?
Okay. So what is this for?
Good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Marvin Richardson.
Mr. Richardson, you're here in 2020 CF 7418AO. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant. Probable cause was found for petty theft, 2 prior convictions. The state has also filed an information in the case as well. And so they have formally filed charges. I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to return back to the Walmart. Abide by the trespass warning. No contact with any victims or witnesses. That's the Walmart at 8101 South John Young Parkway.
Yes.
The bond will stay set at $1,500. You've also got 2020 MM 5146. It's a failure to appear for an arraignment on August 5th, 2020. The bond is set at $500 on that. Does he have the PD? No, I'm going to appoint the public defender in that case to represent you. You've also got 2020 CF 4836AO. That's a failure to appear for a plea hearing on July 30th, 2020. And the bond is set at none. Does he have the PD there? I think probably. Okay, you have the public defender. They're going to have to file a motion for you in that matter as well. And I'm guessing you probably have them in the 2020 CF 1711AO case. That's also failure to appear for the plea hearing on 7/30/2020, and the bond is set at none. And then you've got 2020 CF 4251AO, failure to appear also for the plea hearing on July 30th, 2020. And the bond is set at none in that case, and presumably has the public defender in that matter as well. So there's a bunch of cases here where you're going to have the public defender file some motions for you, Mr. Richardson, okay?
Yeah.
Good luck, sir. Good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Luis Antonio Rivera.
All right, Mr. Rivera, you're here in 2020 CF 9692AO, and you're arrested for carrying a concealed firearm and possession of MDMA. I find probable cause for count 1. I do not find probable cause for count 2. Nothing was tested. I'm going to appoint the PD in that case, and also 2020 CF 9698. In that case, it's introducing contraband into a county facility as a contraband substance, and nothing was tested in that either. It's just 2 baggies with powder residue. I don't know if that's contraband.
Judge Wish, Your Honor, what case is that?
Oh, this is not Luis Rivera? Oh, it was connected. I'm sorry. It was on the wrong person. Okay, so I've got one case for Mr. Luis Rivera, and I don't find PC for count 2.
The state's not making a request, Your Honor.
Okay, so PC for count 1, ROR on count 2, no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, no weapons or firearms or any ammunition. And he did not qualify for, no, he has an open case. Okay, I'm gonna stay the bond at the 2,500. Thank you, sir. All right, tell me your name, please.
Roberto Rivera.
All right, Mr. Rivera, it's 2020 MM 5868AO, possession of drug paraphernalia and cannabis, less than 20 grams. I do find probable cause. And then we've got a related felony, 2020 CF 9698AO. I don't know if it's a good idea to resolve the misdemeanor, considering there's a related felony. And I don't find probable cause for the introducing contraband for the same reasons that I previously stated. There were baggies with residue, but nothing was tested, so I don't know if it's contraband.
And Your Honor, were those the
There was cannabis that he was located with and arrested for in the bathroom at the McDonald's, and then as he's being arrested and brought to the jail, there was 2 baggies in his sock with residue, but nothing was tested.
Your Honor, the state would ask for 24 hours.
Okay, so I'm gonna give the state the 24 hours, but you do still have the bond, Mr. Rivera, of the $1,000 on that matter. I will give the state 24 hours to provide the court probable cause. And then for the misdemeanor case, I don't think it's a good idea to resolve that today because it's connected to the felony. So no drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. For the drug paraphernalia, I'll stay the bond at the 500 ROR on count 2. So if you're able to bond out, Mr. Rivera, you can do so. If not, we will see you tomorrow, okay?
Okay.
All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Octavia Selden.
All right, Mr. Sullen, you're here 2020 CF 9647 AO. You were arrested for possession of a firearm or ammunition by convicted felon in grand theft third degree of a firearm. There's probable cause, and I will appoint the public defender. No contact with any victim, no weapons or firearms, or any ammunition. The bond will stay at $4,000 on count 1. Count 2 will be $150. All right, thank you, sir.
Sharon Thompson is medical, Your Honor.
Medical.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm gonna appoint the public defender in both the cases. Mr. Matos, did you want to waive?
Yes, Your Honor.
2020 CF 9648 AO. It's a grand theft third degree of a motor vehicle. There's probable cause. No contact with any victim in the case. The bond will stay at $1,000. 2020 CT 4922, I believe. Okay. And that's a driving while license suspended. There's probable cause and no driving without a valid driver's license, and that bond will stay at $500. All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name, please.
Brandon Marquise Vanover.
All right, Mr. Vanover, you're here in 2020 CF 8443 AO. You were arrested pursuant to a warrant for sexual battery, and their probable cause was previously found. The state did file an information for sexual battery on a physically helpless individual, as the defendant and the victim are 18 years of age or older. That's an F1 level 9. The warrant is an F2. So I have to go by what is in the warrant, just so we're all clear. And so I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the victim or any witnesses in the case. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription, no weapons or firearms or any ammunition, and no return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred. Your bond is set at $20,000.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Brandon Kennard Wolf.
Mr. Wolf, you're here in 2020 CF 9691 AO. It's a possession of MDMA. I do find probable cause, and I will appoint the public defender to represent you. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. I'm going to place you on pretrial release. Make sure you comply with the court order, okay?
Okay, hold on one second.
Thank you, sir. Good luck.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Crawford Wright.
You can keep the mask on. Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Crawford Wright.
Crawford Wright? Okay. All right, Mr. Wright, you're here in 2020 CF 9688AO. It's a grand theft, third degree of a motor vehicle. I do find probable cause, and I will appoint the public defender. No contact with any victims or witnesses. No return back to where the offense is alleged to have occurred. Your bond will stay at $1,000. I'm not going to revoke the release on your out on release case. I don't know what's going on with it. Back in April, I don't know if it's been filed on or not, but make sure you don't miss any court and you keep in touch with the public defender. If you come back, because you get arrested on something else, Mr. Wright, I can tell you it's probably not going to be a good day. You hear what I'm saying?
Yes.
All right.
And Your Honor, it has been filed on.
Okay. All right, good afternoon. Tell me your name.
Michael Wright.
All right, Mr. Wright, you're here in 2020 CF 9685AO. It's possession of heroin, possession of methamphetamine, possession of cocaine, possession of alprazolam. There's probable cause, and I will appoint the public defender. No drugs or alcohol without a valid prescription. Gonna place you in pretrial release, sir. Make sure you comply with the court order.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, anything else?
Should we go?
Nothing from this.
We're good? All right. Thanks, everybody.
Right, as to Brendan Bittner. We have Brendan Bittner, if you'll come on up. I'm sorry?
He returned back to the park because he didn't want to wait anymore.
Okay.
Judge, we had already set, Richard Mendoza on behalf of Mr. Bittner, we already set this for trial on 9/8. I believe what we were going to address is his letter that he sent you.
Right. So you believe that's been resolved?
I believe so. At our last communication, he had asked if he should write a letter to the judge. I said, let's wait until we see the judge, and you can address that concern with him.
We'll set it for status on August 31st.
Yes, sir.
8:30, and we can address the status/Nelson hearing and see where we are.
Sounds good. Thank you, Judge.
Is there a possibility of doing a different day? I'm out of town that day. Even if we just did the next, I can see if somebody can cover, but.
We could do it August 24th. We have the jail feed. That's just, we need to do it on a Monday.
Yes, sir.
So
Yeah.
Good with the defense.
we'll set for the 24th then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Do we have Mr. Ashford, Yusuf Ashford? All right. Good morning. I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well, sir, if you'll.
Judge, I think the mic is off.
Yeah, the microphone's not,
For the record.
there we go.
For the record, I am Moorish national. Moors have titles and Christians have names. For the record, I am here under threat, duress, and coercion. For the record, I exercise my right to remain silent. Fifth Amendment.
All right. You absolutely have the right to remain silent, sir. We are here at this time in case 20 CF 718, and we're here for a pretrial. I see there's a letter that I hadn't seen before. Okay, well, the letter that had been written to the court by defendant who's been charged is Mr. Ashford, who indicates he is Yusuf Malik Santwali Bey. And who's exercising his right to remain silent this morning. Brings up the question of the court's jurisdiction over him, and no matter what his nationality, whether it's U.S. citizen, other citizen of other country, or Moorish national, this court has jurisdiction over him for criminal offenses allegedly committed here in the state of Florida. So we will be proceeding in this case at this time. So where are we, Mr. Mendoza?
Judge, I would just ask, deferring to the court, I have very little communication. I know an offer was conveyed on this case pursuant to the offers that he has set for the cases he has set in September.
Okay. All right.
And Judge, I mean, I've tried to communicate with him. We've talked, but as far as the cases are concerned, and nothing of true substance.
Okay. Well, I don't see. Yeah, the public defender's office was appointed in this case. Mr. Ashford or Mr. Bay, or and I don't intend to disrespect you by calling you the wrong name, but I'm not sure what name you wish the court to use. This case will be at this time set for trial on September 8th. Right now, because of the pandemic, it's not clear whether we'll be able to proceed with jury trials at that time. But if not, we will address your case as soon as we are able to do so. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Barkley is in this second group, I guess. We have Gregory Heiss. That's in the second group. Third.
Judge, he's gonna be in the group that comes with the 4 people at the end.
Okay, well, there are very few people that we actually need. It looks like we just need Mr. Barkley. Miss, I'm sorry?
Mr. Barkley's out of custody.
Oh, he's out of custody. Why did I have that? Oh, you wanted to come back to that.
Yes, sir.
So what do we want to do in Mr. Barkley's case?
Your Honor, if the court will allow it, Mr. Barkley, I believe, is on the call, the team's call. I did get an offer from the state on Monday that I had not been able to relay to him yet. What would the court want to do?
Well, there's not much we can do. Mr. Barkley?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He is on the phone, but I can't really. I understand. Ms. Barkley, we're here for pretrial in case 19 CF 3459. Apparently, there is a plea offer that Ms. Hernandez wants to discuss with you at some point that you may consider. I'm going to set your case for trial at this time on September the 1st at 8:30. When would be a good time for him to call you, or you can call it?
If he could just call my office today and set a phone appointment
Okay.
Everybody has my calendar, so they can see
Okay.
when
I
I'm.
don't know if you heard that, Mr. Barkley. She said, call her office today, and the office staff there will have her calendar, and they can schedule an appointment for you to meet, just either talk to her by phone or meet her in person.
Okay.
Okay? But your next court appearance at this time is September the 2nd? First, September the 1st at 8:30. All right, sir?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so then the only folks we have are Mr. Heiss and Miss Robinson. Okay. So that's all we need are Mr. Heiss and Miss Robinson. Everyone else we've set for trial or addressed separately, their attorneys.
Okay. Judge, do you want us to bring Ms. Robinson back in?
Miss Robinson?
Yes.
Yeah, if she's there now?
She's here. She's not in the courtroom now, but we'll get her. And bring
Okay,
her.
yeah.
That's what we'll do.
Yeah, we need her and we need Mr. Heiss,
Okay,
I guess.
we'll get both of them for you all then.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
I believe I didn't see anyone else we need. Okay.
Judge, we had two Miss Robinsons. We're dealing with Heather Robinson. Is that
Right,
correct?
Heather Robinson, yes. Sorry?
A joint stipulation was signed for Angela Robinson yesterday, so that was.
Okay, yeah, Angela Robinson, I'm told there was a stipulation for, it was a diversion case, and that's off the docket, yeah.
Judge, I apologize. The only case that I had left on my list that I didn't hear addressed was Randazzo on page 48, Darren Randazzo.
Right. We address that maybe,
We did address it, we left it on the docket
right,
for 8/24.
it's set for August 24th for trial.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
all I had. Then may I be excused?
Sure, have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Say goodbye to, what's his name?
Elijah.
Elijah, okay. Bye, Elijah.
It's so cute. I'll bring it. Oh, okay, cool.
Someone's probably in there. Miss, the DOC sentence pages are ready. Have your signature on it, and just let you know that it's not 5 days, it's 59 days on the amended PNSW instead.
Okay.
So we have.
Okay, so as we're waiting, Mr. Donnelly, you the state on Ms. Robinson's cases? Or Heather Robinson?
Yes, Judge.
And I have the domestic violence case.
Okay.
Already said.
Okay, and, what's going to be happening with Mr. Heiss?
I'm just in negotiations with the state. I talked to him to see if he would waive appearance today, but I think he just wants to get out of the cell. So.
Don't blame him. So, Mr. Mers, Mr. Heiss is your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, is Mr. Hamilton still on Teams?
Mr. Hamilton's still with us.
We already called Brian Faulkner's case, and I was just working on the motion, the notice of incompetency. He had 3 cases. And I just wanted to discuss maybe which doctor we could just have appointed in that case. If the court's okay with that, or should I just?
Well, yeah.
She just sent it to me again. I don't know.
Okay. All right, Mr. Hamilton, are you with us?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
Okay. Ms. Hernandez is indicating that she's going to be asking for a doctor to be appointed in which cases?
He's got 3 cases, 20 CF 788.
What's the name, though?
Oh, sorry, Brian Faulkner.
Brian Faulkner?
Faulkner.
Faulkner,
Yes.
okay, yeah. And she wanted to see if you all would agree on a evaluator.
I think right now it's Dr. Arias, Dr. Skaczynski, and Dr. Davis, if she's back from vacation, who are available to go to the jail.
Okay. Dr. Skaczynski works fine for the state.
Okay.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
He's usually the quickest, I think, anyway.
It should be here if you're not looking.
Judge,
Yes.
Ms. Gonzalez is going to be handling the global plea for Robinson, so I'm actually going to head out.
Fair enough. Have a good morning.
Take care, Judge.
You too.
Judge Morgan, we have the two here, Robinson and Heiss.
Excellent. Okay. Mr. Heiss, if you want to come on up, sir. All right. Good morning. State your name.
Gregory Haas.
Hi, Mr. Heiss. You're here for a pretrial this morning in case 20 CF 833.
Yes, sir.
And Ms.
Zarina Hernandez defense, Your Honor. At this time, we're still in negotiations with the state, and we would just ask to leave the case on the docket.
All right. Mr. Heiss, I'm going to set your case for jury trial on August 31st. And Ms. Hernandez will be in touch with you between now and then, and she can discuss with you what your options are in the case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Robinson? Good morning, Ms. Robinson. If you'll please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please tell us your name.
Heather Lynn Robinson.
Ms. Robinson, you are here this morning in two cases. And in these cases, Mr. Mendoza has submitted a written plea form that tells me you want to resolve these cases by entering pleas. I'm going to have a discussion with you about that, and we'll go from there. First, in case 19 CF 4083, the written plea form indicates that you wish to enter a plea of no contest the lesser included crime of delivery of cocaine. Is that what you want to do in that case?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And state you agree to the plea to the lesser offense.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Robinson, the charge of delivery of cocaine is a second-degree felony, which is punishable by up to 15 years state prison, up to 15 years probation, and/or a fine of up to $10,000. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand. My mind keeps going back to you saying that there was a lesser plea there in the paperwork. I'm unaware of that.
Okay, well, the charge against you is delivery of cocaine within 1,000 feet of a school. That is a first-degree felony, which is punishable by up to 30 years state prison and has a mandatory prison sentence of 3 years, as well as a fine of up to $10,000.
Okay.
And so the plea is to a lesser offense, which is delivery of cocaine without the allegation of it being within 1,000 feet of a school. That reduces the maximum penalty.
Okay.
Does that explain it?
I got it, but we need to move on.
Okay.
Because I don't want to sit here and, I
Well-
don't capture all that. I do not understand all of this, a lot of the law stuff. I just don't.
Well, it's important that you understand what your rights are and what the charges are against you and what you're entering a plea to. So as we go forward, let me know what, if anything.
Mendoza's been wonderful.
I'm sorry?
Mendoza has been awesome.
Well, most people think that, again, let's just talk about this further, and we'll see where we go. Okay, Ms. Robinson, in case 20 CF 1304, the plea form indicates that you wish to enter a plea of no contest to aggravated assault with a deadly weapon as charged.
What would it be if I put, I just want to ask, what would it be if I said, the no contest I've done, and I know what that means.
Right.
It's basically pleading guilty. Well, I didn't know that in one of my, back in the day,
Right.
charges. I wish I would have went on and just pled some, guilty or not guilty.
Right.
Well, in this case, this crime never committed, it never occurred like, it was a.
Okay, well, let me stop you there, okay?
I don't want to say something I'm not, so I'm asking my
Right.
attorney, should I be quiet?
No, you don't need to be quiet, but you don't need, before, let me,
Came in on Valentine's Day and.
well, Ms. Robinson, let me stop you for just a minute.
Yes,
I'm not suggesting that you be quiet when we're talking about your rights or whether you want to enter a plea. But right now, it's probably not in your best interest to talk about the facts of your case.
okay.
Because if this plea isn't completed, and if your case does go to trial, anything you say here could be used against you later at your trial.
Okay, then I'll leave it alone.
So, well, again, you're telling me that, or suggesting to me that, at least in your view, this crime did not occur and was not committed.
Well, it's committed, it's saying that it's on my side, but it was him who committed the crime. He is now living inside my home. He basically did what he did to me, to root me out of my home and, become some big shot on my dime. And he's sitting there, my dad's in the house, delirious with how you forget things, dementia.
Right.
And he's got my dad all psyched out, and he's living the vida loca, just got out of prison on a 14-year sentence. And he just thinks that his stuff don't stink, and he's going to get away with this. And the Florida State took pictures of me, bloody and all, and they didn't do nothing to him.
Okay. Ms. Robinson, I don't know anything about the facts of either one of your cases other than what's in the affidavit for arrest warrant. And so you certainly do not, there's no requirement that you enter a plea of no contest or a plea of guilty in either of these cases. You have the absolute right to continue with your plea of not guilty and to have a jury trial in these cases. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do. I appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and hush my mouth and go on with what we've decided to do, because I know I can do it. And I'll just keep in mind that this is my way to get away from possibly going back to that situation because I feel secure. This is my way of changing my life and leaving him out. If it takes moving out of my home and leaving everything in it, so be it.
Okay. Ms. Robinson, it is an option of yours to enter a plea of no contest, even though you feel that you're not guilty of these charges. But I do want to make sure that you understand fully what your rights are so that.
I do. Dr.
Okay, well, let me go through some of these questions, and as we go on, if you at any time change your mind and decide you want to continue with your plea of not guilty, that's absolutely fine.
I'm not going to change my mind unless my attorney tells me probably so to do so. So I'm going to kind of, you ask me, and then if I don't understand something, I'll ask him to help me out because
Okay.
I don't want to say the wrong thing.
That's absolutely fine, and if you have questions you want to talk to Mr. Mendoza, let me know.
Yes, sir.
If you have significant questions, you need to talk to him a little further before you decide to proceed in these cases with pleas. That's fine too. We can reset this to another time to let you talk a little more fully with your lawyer and get your questions answered.
This case has a beautiful testimony on how I even ended up over at Daily Bread, you know, where this occurred. You know, it's amazing how I got over there and learned about that place. That's a story in its own. And, you know, them tearing it down is probably the best thing that could have happened because there was a lot of drama.
All right, well, Ms. Rodriguez, the charge of aggravated assault is a third-degree felony, which is punishable by up to 5 years state prison, 5 years probation, and/or a fine of up to $5,000. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
that's all right. Did you read and understand these written plea forms?
I've read, and I don't like to read. I like, you know, illusion. I like you to tell me, like I can talk to you on the screen all day long or listen
Right.
to a screen. When it comes to reading, if it ain't something I need to read, I'm not
Okay.
going to read. So I read this, and I read this thoroughly. I read it over again just to check. Some of them caught my eye, like if you are to use substance abuse while you're in the program, if you're to do this in the program, what the consequences will be. And I focused on that, you know, all of it, but some of them would trigger, you know, and come out and say, now Heather, come on, you know yourself. You've got to maintain, you know, you've got to make sure that you do what this paper says, because at the end of those papers, that number, oh God, I have a 10-year-old daughter. She'd have grandkids by the time I got out, and I can't do that. 20 years, you know? I mean, it's that for someone never really. I was mentally a basket case, you know. My daughter, we were starting off new here in Florida with a case that my mother made up, and it was just tacky. And I went there to join to get services for free food, and it turned out to be something else that I was getting for free most of the time. And, you know, all different clothes and, you know, but when I started looking, I knew I had gotten myself in a place that I should be moved. And by that time, it was God doing something that I could not do for myself. And he removed me from that, and this is a part of it.
Ms. Robinson, did you talk about the plea forms with your lawyer, Mr. Mendoza?
Yes.
And do you understand everything that's on the plea forms?
Yes, I do.
Are you taking it? I'm sorry?
To the most of the max. To the max. I mean, the best way I can understand them. You know that I look at my motion of discovery. You know, I got to look at things, and you know, it's a decision that I made. I'm a recovering addict. I was 14 years clean, and you know, it's a decision that I made that wasn't supposed to go that direction. It's sad to say, because my daughter now has been taken out of the home again for the second time. I just got her October, and she's out now. Don't know where she's at. You know, I've raised her her whole life and had a beautiful home in Kentucky for 12 years.
Okay. Ms. Robinson, I've got some question as to your mental health issues at this time. I'm going to not proceed with the plea colloquy.
Judge, if I may,
Yes.
looking over the statute and discussing everything with Ms. Robinson, I don't believe that competency is an issue. This was a case that was set for mental health court.
Yeah.
And
I understand
Ms. Robinson, hold on for a
Mr.
second. Let me
Mendoza,
finish.
I'm not going to proceed this morning. I don't think that she's focused.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Robinson, are you taking medication right now?
Yes, I have to take medication every day, but I am very focused. I'll be quiet, but I'm just nervous. is
Well,
why I'm
there's no reason to be nervous, but these are important rights that you have that you would be waiving by entering these pleas. And I want to make sure that you understand those. You seem to be focused on other issues regarding your daughter, your father, the individual who's taking advantage of your home, and just a lot of other matters that aren't directly related to your legal situation that we need to address today.
My drug addiction is the most important.
Right.
Without fixing that, I will have a difficult time fixing my home.
I'm just not comfortable accepting it today. So, Mr. Mendoza will be talking to you further. I'll set the cases right now for September 8th, but we can certainly
Yes, sir.
do that earlier. I would suggest maybe
Did I mess up?
you see if maybe you have a confidential evaluation, or I'm just.
Okay. Yes, sir, Your Honor.
No, you didn't mess up, Ms. Robinson.
I did.
You did not. No, you're fine. Thank you very much.
That's all I have for you, and maybe.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Gonzalez.
Good afternoon, I'm Judge Arendas. I'll be handling initial appearances today. May we have appearances for the record, starting with the state.
Good afternoon, Judge. Peter Donnelly for the state.
Defense over at the jail.
Good afternoon, Judge. This is Mary Jane Cooper from the Public Defender's Office.
PTR.
Officer Ray Okendo.
Thank you. As I call your name, come up to the microphone. I will have you state your name and your date of birth. I will let you know what the charges are, if there is a bond, and what the conditions of the bond will be. Alan Borges Martinez.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Theodore Leal, Spanish interpreter. The interpreter has already been sworn.
Good afternoon, Mr. Thiel. It's 20 CF 2290. We're in initial appearances today. I'm going to need you to interpret this. Sir, please pull your mask up over your nose.
Sir, por favor, me da la mascarilla. ¿Me hace la mascarilla, por favor?
Thank you.
Gracias.
State your name and date of birth, please.
Dame su nombre, pues que me da su nombre, me da la fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
Borges, 08-28-1987.
El nombre, por favor, no le oí.
Alain Borges.
Alan Borges, August 28th of 1997.
Thank you. Sir, you've been picked up as a result of a simple battery or strike, as well as false imprisonment against the victim's will. Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I find there's probable causes of both counts. Bond on count 1 will be set in the amount of $500. Count 2, $1,000. Go ahead, Mr. Leal.
Señor, usted tiene aquí el cargo de agresión simple y también de falsa detención de retener a una persona en contra de la voluntad de esa persona. Yo revisé el escrito acusatorio, determiné que si hay indicios de culpa, se le va a otorgar fianza. Por el primer cargo, $500 y el segundo cargo, $1,000 de fianza.
You're not to have any contact with Jessica Ramirez.
No puede tener ningún contacto con Jessica Ramírez.
No contact means no in-person contact, no third-party contact, no social media contact, no telephone contact, no contact whatsoever. Do you understand?
Ahora, al hablar de que no hay contacto, quiere decir que no puede ser contacto mediante tercera persona, no puede haber contacto vía telefónica, no puede haber contacto por redes sociales, absolutamente ningún contacto. ¿Entiende eso? Ok.
You're not to return to 1721 Kenyon Circle, Unit C.
No puedo ir a 1721 Canyon Circle en la Suite B.
You go back one time with the assistance of law enforcement to obtain your personal items only.
Puede ir a este lugar una sola vez en compañía de las autoridades para recoger sus efectos personales, nada más.
You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs. Do you understand?
Y no puede ni consumir alcohol ni drogas. ¿Entiende eso?
You're not to possess or consume any weapons or firearms.
Ni tampoco puede poseer armas de fuego ni tener ningún tipo de armas. ¿Entiende? Yes.
Next court date, please.
La próxima fecha de comparecencia será cuando se le notifique.
Thank you.
Yes.
May I have a seat?
Gracias, puede
Was that an
sentarse.
on-demand court date, Your Honor?
It was on demand.
Okay.
Fecha cuando se notifique. Está bien.
Next one is 20MM1892. Manuel Roland Rosado. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Buenas tardes, señor. Da su nombre y luego la fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
Manuel Rolón Rosado.
Fecha de nacimiento.
Abril 18, 68.
Manuel Rosado, April 18th of 1968.
Sir, you've been picked up as a result of a simple battery, touch, or strike.
Señor, ¿usted lo tuvieron por una agresión simple de tocar o golpear a alguien?
Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I find there's sufficient probable cause.
El tribunal ha revisado el escrito acusatorio y determina que hay suficiente indicio de culpa.
Bond to be set in the amount of $500.
Se le otorgará fianza en cantidad de $500.
You're not to have any contact with Emmeline Anna Santiago.
Se le prohíbe el contacto con Emily Ana Santiago.
No contact means no in-person contact, no third-party contact, no social media contact, no telephone contact, no contact whatsoever. Do you understand?
Se le prohíbe el contacto con ella en persona, se le prohíbe el contacto mediante tercera persona, se le prohíbe el contacto mediante redes sociales y se le prohíbe el contacto telefónico. Absolutamente ningún contacto, ¿entiende?
Entiendo.
I understand.
You're also not to return to 1410 Jack Calhoun Drive.
Tampoco volver a 1410 Jacqueline Drive.
You can go back one time with the assistance of law enforcement to obtain your personal items only.
Puede regresar una sola vez en compañía de las autoridades para recoger efectos personales, nada más.
Next court date, please.
August 20th, it's out, it's still in jail, September 14th, and 8:15 Colon 4-8.
Sorry, Your Honor, the interpreter could not hear anything at all.
Yeah, we can't hear at the jail either.
No se escuchó la fecha bien.
August 20th, it's
Ah.
still in jail,
We still can't hear.
August 20th, still in jail, September 14th and 4A if out.
20 de agosto, si está todavía en la cárcel. El 14 de septiembre en la sala 4E, si ya ha salido.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat. Alvarado
Disconnected.
Leon Mendoza. It's 20 CT 1971. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please. Oh, did I lose him? Mr. Leo, are you still with us? I lost him. Let's try this again.
Court interpreter, Theodore Leal. Interpreter has been sworn.
Hi, Mr. Leo, we got disconnected. I've got one more for you.
Your Honor, we have two more.
All right, well, I only have one more in the stock, so we'll make it.
Interpreter has already been sworn.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me? Mr. Leo?
There's no
can you hear
audio
me?
on this end. No audio.
Uh-oh.
Seems like the audio is back. Testing.
I can hear you.
Very well. Lost audio for about, I would say, 10, 12 seconds or so.
All right, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear, Your Honor.
Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Oh, loud and clear, perfect. It's 20 CT 1971. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Buenas tardes, señor. Me da su nombre y después su fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
Everaldo Villalón Mendoza, agosto 3 del 90.
Everaldo Villalón Mendoza, August 3rd of 1990.
Thank you, sir. You've been picked up as a result of operating without a valid driver's license.
Sir, ustedes lo detuvieron por estar conduciendo sin tener licencia válida de conducir.
Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I find there's sufficient probable cause.
La Corte ya revisó el escrito acusatorio y determina que hay suficiente indicio de culpa.
Bond to be set in the amount of $500.
Se le otorgará fianza de $500.
Thank you. Next
Gracias.
date.
August 20th, it's still in jail. September 14th at 8:15, courtroom 4A, it's out.
August 20th, if still in jail. September 14th at 8:15 and 4A, if out.
Entonces, para el 30 de agosto, si está todavía en la cárcel, en la próxima vista. Y si ya ha salido de la cárcel, para el 14 de septiembre a las 8:15 en la sala 4A del tribunal.
Thank you.
Ok.
Have a seat.
Gracias, puede sentarse.
Ms. Cooper, you said you had one more. Who was it?
Yes, Your Honor, it's Oscar Diaz. Actually, and Ramon Martinez, so two more.
Oscar Diaz. Mr. Leo, it's 2019 CT 5415 out of Orange County.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Buenas tardes, señor. Me da su nombre y apellido y fecha de nacimiento.
Oscar Díaz, mayo 2 del 78.
Oscar Díaz, May 2nd, 1978.
So you've been picked up for a warrant out of Orange County for violation of probation with no bond.
Señor, usted fue detenido porque tenía una orden de arresto emanada del condado de Orange por violación al régimen de prueba y no se le otorga fianza.
The case number on that is 2019 CT 5415.
Caso 19 5415.
They will be notified that you're in custody here in Osceola.
Y se le notificará a ese condado que usted está aquí bajo custodia en el condado de Osceola.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Gracias, señor. Puede sentarse.
Ramon Martinez. Sir, put your mask up over your face, please. Thank you.
Muy bien, gracias.
State your name and date of birth, please.
Diga nombre, apellido y fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
Ramón Justo Martínez, marzo 17 de 1973.
Ramón Justo Martínez, March 17 of 1973.
Sir, you've been picked up as a result of a warrant for violation of probation issued on July 16, 2020.
Señor, usted fue detenido porque tenía una orden de arresto debido a una violación al régimen de prueba. Esta orden se dictó el 16 de julio de 2020.
The allegations of the violation are a new law of driving while license suspended.
La alegación que se hace de esa violación del régimen de prueba es porque tuve una nueva infracción de manejar con una licencia suspendida.
Non-payment of costs of supervision.
No pagar los costos de supervisión.
non-payment of fines and court costs,
no pagar las multas y los recaudos del tribunal,
not enrolling in the DUI school within the time prescribed by the court,
no participar en la escuela de alcoholemia durante el tiempo prescrito por el tribunal,
and not enrolling and completing the victim awareness class in the time prescribed.
lost audio, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
Said lost audio.
Yeah.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Sorry, Your Honor, the interpreter lost audio for maybe 4 or 5 seconds. The final thing that Your Honor said that the interpreter caught was, let me see.
The last one
No.
should have been failure to enroll and complete the victim awareness class.
Exactly. Y también porque no se inscribió y no completó la clase para concientización de víctimas.
I did that.
No. Don't explain what you have and have not done. I'm just letting you know what the allegations are.
No explica lo que ha hecho o no ha hecho, únicamente le estoy diciendo cuáles son los señalamientos. Eso es todo.
And there's zero bond on the warrant.
Y no se otorga fianza.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Gracias, señor. Puede sentarse.
Can you make an announcement just to be sure?
Yes, Your Honor. The court request interpreter will make a brief announcement in Spanish. ¿Alguno de los presentes requiere servicio de intérprete de español? Levanta la mano y da su apellido.
I don't see any hands or any movement for anyone coming up, so thank you, sir.
You're very welcome, Your Honor.
Kevin Rozier. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Kevin Rozier, 042801.
Thank you, sir. You've been picked up for a couple of charges. First one is murder while engaged in robbery. Second one is conspiracy, criminal intent with life felony, and robbery with firearm. The state has filed a motion for detention. When is that set for, Madam Clerk?
August 17th at 2:30, Colon Court, 5A.
That'll be heard by the Circuit Court on August 17th in 5A. Until then, there's to be no bond on any of the charges. Ryan Naru. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Ryan Nuri, 11/13/1980.
Thank you, sir. Looks like you've been picked up on a warrant out of Miami-Dade. The reference number is B as in boy 09003336. It appears that there is a $10,000 bond on that warrant. Thank you. They'll be notified that you're here. Jose Centron Resto. All right, how about we try this again? Name and date of birth, please.
Jose Centron Resto, June 1786.
Thank you, sir. Been picked up as a result of an arrest warrant for possession of cocaine and possession or use of drug paraphernalia. Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I find there's sufficient probable cause. Bond to be set on count 1 in the amount of $1,000. Count 2, $500. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm also implementing a no return to 95 East Lakeshore Boulevard. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Next court date.
August 20th at 8:05 in Colon Court 8.
Thank you.
What was that?
August 20th.
August 20th?
Yes, ma'am. And it will be on their paperwork. Jerry Seal.
Your Honor, he refused.
All right, well then we will reset him for tomorrow if he decides to come see me.
Your Honor, also, just because it hasn't been placed on the record, everyone previously, have they been appointed public defender?
She's actually been saying it. Apparently you can't hear it.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, we can't hear anything.
As you're aware, counsel, PD is approved on every case unless they are denying your services.
Right.
Damon Ling.
Damon Ling, 6/19/1988.
Thank you, sir. You've been picked up on 2 cases. The first is an arrest warrant for theft of a vehicle. Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I find that there's sufficient probable cause. Bond to be set in the amount of $1,000. You're not to have any contact with Amy Parisi. The second case is possession of a controlled substance without a prescription, as well as possession or use of drug equipment. Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I find there's sufficient probable cause. Count 1 will be set in the amount of $2,500. Count 2, the amount of $500. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs. Do you understand?
Yes.
You're not to possess any weapons or firearms. Do you understand?
Yes.
As to 20 CF 1775, the court will be revoking your bond and setting it at 0.
Your Honor, can you repeat that case number?
20 CF 1775. Shepman?
She bonded, Judge.
Oh, she did. Okay. Cody Schwartz?
He's in the hospital, Judge.
Oh, that's right. We'll reset him. And Ms. Cooper, just so you know, the state has filed a motion for pretrial detention in that case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Schwartz is in the hospital.
Is that motion set for hearing?
Not yet, it's just been filed.
Okay, thank you.
Lexus Walton? Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Alexis Walton, 8/23/90.
Thank you, sir. You've been picked up as a result of violation of PTR conditions and domestic violence matter under 20 MM 1341. Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I find there's sufficient probable cause. Bond to be set in the amount of $1,000. You're not to have any contact with Sharon Owens Jean. No contact means no in-person contact, no third-party contact, no social media contact, no telephone contact, no contact whatsoever. Do you understand? Yes or no? Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You're also not to return to 28 Flag Drive in Kissimmee. You're to follow all court orders and specifically injunctions as well. I also see that you are out on bond for 20 CF 1532. That will be revoked and set at 0. Next court date, please.
August 20th is still in jail. September 11th, it's out at 1 p.m. courtroom 4A.
August 20th is still in jail. September 11th at 1 p.m. if out in courtroom 4A. Yes, ma'am. It was 20 CF 1532 was revoked. Ms. Cooper, that should be everyone in the first batch.
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct.
All right, if we can go ahead and get them out and get the second group in, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.